So I'm very happy and excited to be here today for this special event of Symposium on Poverty. ייכנסו ושבו. And it is especially exciting to have our distinguished guest with here, Professor Francois Bourguignon, and somewhere I lost James Heckman. He should be somewhere. So it was a joy meeting you during the last few days and talk with you, and I think there are many people waiting, looking forward to hear from you now. This year, we decided to look at this symposium from different angles and combine not only economy, but social work, public policy, education, and other things. Good morning, I thought I lost you. Come here. So I think we are going to have exciting day. We didn't expect to fill this room, but we had no other empty room, and we tried to find other smaller room, but we didn't have any. So just imagine that we are in a small room, very crowded, and we're going to enjoy what we're going to do here. I would like, first of all, to thank all of those people who really work very hard in making this happen, Madar Fisher and all her staff, and again, our distinguished guest. I've never arranged a symposium that had so many problems as we have in this one. Israel is a country that things are happening all the time. Many people, both from the government and the parliament, intended to come today, and I got notice that due to the situation and changes in the coalition and opposition, people need to stay around Jerusalem. Manuel Trachtenberg will be with us later, but some of the people that had to be here can't come because things can be changed every minute. So another change was the opening of the symposium. Professor Klafter, the president of the university, had to open it, but unexpectedly, last night, there was a change in the program, and he's on his way to Kazakhstan now. And I think he had enough time to pack his luggage, but not more than it. But we have with us his vice president for research, Professor Yoav Hennis. And I have a real joy to have you here with us. Yoav and I share lots of things and committee and meeting together. And I'd like to ask you, Yoav, to come here and to greet us.
Thank you, Tammy, and welcome to everyone. I would like, first of all, to greet Dan David laureates, the Dean, Tammy, Ariel David. I wanted to greet the member of the Knesset, Professor Trachtenberg, but unfortunately,
No, he will be here.
yeah, but unfortunately he did not arrive yet, so I cannot greet him. Faculty and students, everyone, and I'm looking for a very fruitful symposium here. One thing with all these sudden changes that I had to replace the president, so the president is not here, I should be in another place, so and I'm here in place of him, it's almost the same, but not quite, which reminds me of a story on things that are quite the same, but not exactly. So there is this guy that meets a friend of him and says, you know, did you hear that Grisha from Moscow won $1 million in the lottery? And he said, this is an old story, and it's almost exact, but not quite. So he says, what is not exact? He says, well, it was not Grisha, but Misha. Second, it was not in Moscow, but in Riga. And third, he did not win $1 million in the lottery, rather he was run over by a truck. So it's pretty close, but not quite. This is on session is on coping with poverty from theory to practice, and in Tel Aviv University we are a whole university, so we have everything from medical school, exact sciences on the and engineering on the one end, to humanities, film, theater on the other, and we also have. We put a lot of effort in directions that do relate to poverty, at least in the sense of food and food security. In this direction, we have the MANA Center, we have the Center for Food Security, and actually our appreciation to this area was evident also in the Doctor for Honoris Causa, which was given this year to Professor Segent Kalamu from Ethiopia, who deals with just division of food in Africa. So I'm very glad to be here. I'm looking forward to hear the Dan David laureates and the other important speakers in this session, and I hope we will all have a good and fruitful symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, Yoav. I'd like to send a special greeting to the David family. I told them before that I think the Dan David Prize is the most prestigious event at the university, and one of the issues I'd never miss, because I think it's very high level, not only on the way it's organized, but the people you always bring. And thank you for giving us the opportunity to have these people with us, and it's really important. I think we are connected to the David family in many ways, and Ariel helped us a lot with the Department of Communication. So we feel we are in the family, and we hope we will be able to show you how important the issue of poverty is in this faculty. So it really is a pleasure to invite Professor Francois Bourguignon here to talk about poverty. Professor Bourguignon is from Paris. He's a professor of economics in Paris School of Economics. He is one of the leading experts in the area of poverty and inequality. His work is global, and he looks at poverty and inequality in both undeveloped and developed countries. And I think there are many people here who are really interested in what you're going to tell us. And I'm very happy to ask you to the podium and share with us your things. Just before you start, I'd like to mention that the arrangement of today will be that after a lecture from Professor Bourguignon, we'll have few of our professors presenting their issue. We'll have a short panel, then we're going to have a break and a symposium with Professor Heckman that will give the center lecture, and then again, presentation of many of our professors, a panel, and a surprise for the end. So let's see if they put the right one.
And this is working, yes. Okay, thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. And thank you very much for this kind introduction. It is a pleasure to be here and to be talking about, of course, what is my favorite topic in economics, which is about poverty and maybe I will also say a few things about inequality. The presentation I will make is very much influenced by the fact that over the last couple of weeks, I've been working in connection with my colleague and other Dan David Prize laureate, Tony Atkinson, who could not make it to Tel Aviv, on a report which is about measuring global poverty. And it's always very difficult to get out of what you are working on at one point of time. But in thinking about what I would be talking about today, I thought that it would be a good idea to start from this work or this reflection that we have, because when you go through measurement issues, you have to look at conceptual definition, conceptual problems. And whether you talk about global poverty or you talk about national poverty, the concepts are very similar, so that in my review of the issues linked to global poverty, many of the remarks I will make will apply at the national level. Now, it may also be a little odd to talk about measurement. This seems to be a very technical aspect. But I believe that people who say that you only do well what you can measure well are right. And if we want to think to design policies which will address effectively poverty, I think that it is quite important that the thermometer that we have to measure poverty and the change in poverty is as accurate as possible. And in particular, this will avoid the kind of debate that we are used to in our various countries. Anytime that statistics is being published, then some people will say, we don't believe, or we don't believe that these statistics reflect accurately the reality. So to make sure that we are able to avoid this kind of debate is really very important. So when we talk about global poverty, what are we talking about, and what is the way in which today we are measuring global poverty? And what is quite interesting is the fact is we talk about global poverty in a very crude way to some extent. How is it defined? We define poverty with, or we measure poverty in two ways. First, we have to define a threshold under which we will decide that people can be considered as poor. This threshold will be defined in the space of monetary dimensions of well-being, and essentially this will be corresponding to consumption per person. And today, the United Nations and the World Bank, which is responsible for the measurement of global poverty, are using this definition. Poverty is defined as a level of consumption per day and per capita, which is equal to $1.90 US. But be very cautious in the way in which you interpret this measure. This is after correcting the official exchange rate for something we call purchasing power parity, so that we are taking into account the very, very important fact, which is the following. You start from New York with $1 in your pocket. If you want to spend that dollar in New York, you'll be buying something, some goods, some services. You fly to Delhi. You change your dollar in Delhi for rupees, and you'll get 66 rupees for your dollar in Delhi. And you'll try to buy the same thing in Delhi as you were buying in New York. And then you realize that you'll be able to buy 3 times more in Delhi than what you were able to buy in New York. Why? Simply because prices in Delhi are lower than prices in New York. So we have to take into account that the same basket of goods doesn't have the same price in different countries after we have converted those local currencies into a common currency, which would be the dollar or the euro, whatever. And this 1.90 US dollar a day must be interpreted as indeed the purchasing power of $1.90 in a developed country today. So now you can imagine what it means. Let's say that instead of 1.90, it would be 2. It would be $60 per person a month. If I'm not mistaken, the poverty line today in Israel is something like 10 times higher than that, a little less than 10 times higher than that. So you can see that this is really, we're talking about a level of poverty which is very, very, very low. This is something we call extreme poverty, and it is believed, but I'll come back to that a little later, that below that level it is indeed very difficult to survive. And the second component of the measurement is, of course, the number of people below that threshold, or the proportion of people below that threshold. Today we have more or less 10% of, little more than 10% of the global population below that level. And I'll say a little more about the way in which that figure has been changing over time. So these are the basic ingredients of poverty measurement at the global level. And if you go to any country at one point of time, you'll find exactly the same thing. If you go to the US and ask about what is the absolute monetary limit below which people are considered as being poor, then you'll be quoted a figure which will depend on the size of the family or whether the number of children, etc. Then you'll be told that there are so many of this percentage, if certain percent, if I remember well, people in poverty in the US. So because of that, I think this is something which is of a very general application. Now, what I want to do in this presentation is to go over several problems linked to this definition, and to show you that things are below the surface much more complicated, much more difficult than what this simple definition would suggest. So I will, in turn, consider the following issues. I will be talking about purchasing power parities, what we have to think about them, and the comparison with another acronym here, which is a CPI, CPI being for Consumer Price Index. And I'll try to insist on the difference between purchasing power parities and consumer price indices. Then why $1.90 a day per person at the global level. Then some words about the availability, reliability, and comparability of national household surveys on which we rely in order to measure the number of people below the poverty line. Then I'll be talking about other lines and other measures, and I will finish up with some remarks on going beyond an absolute and a monetary definition of poverty. There was a lot of discussion at the time the United Nations were preparing the Sustainable Development Goals, a lot of discussion about what should be the definition of poverty, and many of the issues I will be talking about under this E item will be corresponding to this discussion. Okay, let me start with this PPP. And let me say first that I will be discussing PPPs, purchasing power parities, in an international context, trying to compare the purchasing power in different countries. But I would like to insist right at the beginning that this issue is also a national issue. When we measure, when we try to compare within a country the level of real income or the purchasing power that people have, and we want to make a distinction between various places in the country, we have to take into account that it does not cost the same thing to live in Tel Aviv or to live, let's say, in Beersheba. and in all countries of the world, you have huge differences. I mean, in France, people living in Paris, of course, are facing a purchasing power which is, for the same amount of money, a purchasing power which is much lower than their relatives who are living in some village in the Loire Valley. And this is really what PPPs internationally are trying to do. And we should have, within countries, systematically indices telling us or allowing us to compare the cost of living in different parts of the country. And unfortunately, this is a statistic which is very rarely available. And from that point of view, I would like to insist on the fact that if we want to be serious about this, we should take into account the spatial differences in cost of living. Now, at the international level, what does happen? There are people, organizations, which are collecting prices in all countries in the world in order to compare the cost of living in those countries. The last survey, I mean, ICP stands for the International Comparison Program. Implicitly, it is the International Comparison Program for prices. And the way in which it works is the following. Last wave was in 2011. They worked in 199 countries in the world. They had a list of 100,000 core goods and services, and they collected prices on various markets within each country, in particular making a distinction between rural and urban. Then they compared the total cost of some baskets of goods and services. So I will not insist on the difficulty of the exercise, because ideally you like to compare the same basket of goods in various countries. But because countries do not have the same the same consumption behavior, then you cannot do things like that. In the old days, one of the first wave of this ICP program, in the basket, the common basket of goods, one good was a bottle of Bordeaux. But of course, when you are in Mali, at the middle of Mali, and you ask, by the way, what is a bottle of Bordeaux around here? Then of course, there is no bottle of Bordeaux around. I mean, and if you want to buy a Bordeaux, you have to travel 100 kilometers to go to Bamako, and maybe in Bamako you'll find this bottle, which will be, as a matter of fact, very expensive. So the big difficulty that those statisticians are meeting is the fact that you have to make comparison of purchasing power, taking into account differences in consumption behavior. So they design different methodologies, and what is problematic is the fact that until now, more or less each wave of the International Comparison Program is using a different methodology to make the comparison, so that those various waves are not completely comparable over time. And I'll come back to that in just a moment, because this is really very problematic. This is what is mentioned here in the item, methodological changes from a wave to another. The most elaborated waves were in 1993, 2005, 2011. They cannot do that every year because it is a very expensive operation, so they do it only from time to time. And the other problem that we have, and again, this is a problem which is not a problem for only international comparison, it is also a problem for national poverty measurement, is that the price indices, the purchasing power parity that they compute are for a national account aggregate. It is essentially to measure the gross domestic product or to measure the aggregate consumption of households. And it is not really directed toward a particular group of people within the society. But we know that poor people do not consume the same things as other people. They do not consume the same thing. They do not consume the same quantities as other people. And if you are really poor, the fact that you will be buying rice every day, a few hundred grams of rice every day, whereas if you had a little more money, you could buy a sack, a 5 or 10 kilos sack, the difference in the price of the two is substantial. So this means that we probably are missing something quite important when we are assuming that the price index or the purchasing power parity is the same for everybody in society. And this is one of the big issues at the international level today, trying to think about a methodology to have a purchasing power parity which apply to poor people. Okay, sorry about this. There is an equation. I mean, I think that this might not be the spirit of those presentations. It is a very simple one. And I think it is, you will understand exactly what the problem is. We have a problem of time consistency with these PPPs, which is the following, which is the fact that PPPs, purchasing power parities, and consumer price indices estimated, measured within one country are not telling us the same thing about the way in which prices have changed within a country. Why? Simply because the basket of goods on which the purchasing power parity of the International Comparison Program are based and the basket of goods on which the local consumption price index is based are not the same. In Ghana, for example, the local consumption price index is based on a basket of goods of 200 products, whereas the ICP leading to the purchasing power parities is based on a set of 500 goods. And because of that, when you are comparing the evolution of prices in Ghana between 2005, last time there were the PPP, and 2011, and the evolution of the consumption price index, you don't find the same result. And this is what is in the formula that you have here. Before the 1.90 US dollars in purchasing power of 2011, the poverty line was 0.25 US dollars at the purchasing power parity of 2005. And this calculation that we have here shows you what was the transformation on this 1.25 when updating this to 2011. And the calculation is the following. You start from $1.25 a day, you multiply by the purchasing power parity in country I in 2005. Then you got something which is in local currency. Now you update this amount in local currency, let's say in rupees in India, looking at the inflation as indicated by the consumer price index or the ratio between 2011 and 2005. So this gives you the new local currency poverty line in 2011. And now if you want to go back to local common currency, to the dollar, you divide by the purchasing power parity in 2011. So this is the operation that you do. And at the end, you have 1.25 multiplied by something here called alpha sub I. And you can see that this alpha sub I is simply the comparison between the change in price as indicated by the consumption price index and the change in price as indicated by the purchasing power parity. This alpha I has absolutely no reason to be equal to 1 alpha I has no reason to be the same for all countries. What does that mean? This means that because of the discrepancy between local measurement of inflation and the international measurement of inflation through the purchasing power parity, we have some discrepancies across country in the way in which poverty is being measured. In some cases, this may be extremely serious. When I was in the World Bank, as a matter of fact, when I left the World Bank, and I was very happy to leave the World Bank exactly at that moment, because we just discovered with the PPPs, in those days it was the PPPs 2005, we had to tell the Chinese, look, you know what? You are much poorer than what we thought. Basically because we had a revision of the PPP. And so we have to tell them you have 200 million more people than what we thought. But be reassured, the drop in poverty is more or less the same as what we had discussed before. And so, of course, the Chinese were not very happy to know that they had more poor people than what everybody thought. But quite strangely enough, a few months ago, when the 2011 Purchase and Power Parity were published, then my successor in the World Bank had to tell the Chinese, you know what? You are much richer than what we thought before. And this is simply because they had corrected between 2005 and 2011 some problems that they had in the measurement of prices in the International Comparison Program in China. In 2005, they simply underestimated or undersampled prices in rural areas. In 2011, they corrected that, and because of that, of course, if you simply ignore the rural areas, the way in which you are estimating poverty does not make very much sense when we know that poverty tends to concentrate precisely in rural areas. So this is something very important, and again, this is reinforcing what I was saying at the beginning. This issue, it is an international issue, but it is also a national issue. Okay, now let me say something about how we got to this $1.25 or $1.90 a day. And this is a very interesting story of the way in which clever academics can generate an international norm. And I'll tell you why. The poverty line is 1.25 at the purchasing power of 2005, or the new 0.90, is defined in the following way. This is something which has been invented by a colleague, Martin Ravalian, and some colleagues of his. They wanted to measure international poverty. They had to invent an international poverty line. And what they said, okay, let's look at the official poverty line in a sample of developing countries. And if we find that all those poverty lines are above some floor, then we can decide that this floor is what you need to survive. And this is what they do, and here is the kind of sample that they got. What you have on the horizontal axis is simply the GDP or per capita, or the log of consumption per person in various countries. And on the vertical axis, you have the official poverty line in those countries after converting to international purchasing power parities. And you see what you have in the red circle is the bottom of this. And we see that we have a rising relationship between the poverty line and the level of affluence in the country, except at the bottom where we have a kind of horizontal floor. And they say, let's look at those countries, and let's say that the mean of the poverty line in those countries is what we should use as an international poverty line. And this is what they did. They did that a long time ago. This was, the first paper was published in 1990. And because the world became more and more interested in global poverty, this became the way to function. And this $1.25 a day became, initially it was $1 a day, then it became 1.25, then now it is now 1.90, as we are updating and as prices are changing across years. But this is the way in which the measure was, the poverty line was decided. Now, the World Bank decided to keep that definition, even though the countries you find at the bottom may not always be the same. In the 1990s, early 1990s, or in the 80s more exactly, at the bottom you would have found China and you would have found India. But China and India now are much above that. And the countries, they are right at the bottom, but you cannot read them. But most of the countries there are African countries today, and then it was decided by the World Bank and by the United Nations that they would keep that line. Now, the point I want to emphasize here, the fact that there is something very arbitrary in doing that. Maybe those poverty lines in countries like Mali or Sierra Leone are much too low, and there is a need to rethink probably about that definition. This was a trick invented by researchers, and as I said, this trick became the official norm internationally. Okay, because I'm short of time, maybe I will go very quickly about this. These are the various steps, updatings, which took place in this measurement of global poverty. You have right at the beginning the ancestor of this, which is in 1979, which was a paper by Ahluwalia, where they started that. They decided that the international poverty line would be the India poverty line, and they worked with a reduced number of countries. And over time, the methodology to estimate the poverty line evolved, the methodology for the purchasing power parities evolved, the number of countries on which the poverty line was defined evolved, and this is more or less the story of the updatings of the international poverty line. But let me move on. This is, I mean, I could not leave that without showing you the evolution of global poverty. So this is over time, between 1985 and 2000, the last point must be 2010. You have the top solid line is the evolution of the number of poor people in the world. So you see that you go from 2 billion people in the end of the 80s to today less than 1 million, more exactly 800 million people, poor people, according to this $1.90 a day. The dotted line corresponds to what was observed using the previous poverty line, which was the $1.25 a day at the purchasing power parity of 2005. So you see that, and somehow I made a mistake in my graphs, and I didn't take the right one, and it stops in 2005. It should go until 2010, but the difference is really very small when we get to 2010. What we see here, the fact that any time that there is an updating in the poverty line, there is a change in the global estimate of poverty, which is really problematic, because when you are the United Nations, when you are the World Bank, and suddenly you tell people, look, the number of poor people was so much, but from now on, it is so much. Then there is an issue of credibility here, and this is the reason why the state of affairs is not completely satisfactory to have this kind of change taking place. This is at the global level. We have changes also taking place at the national level, and again, it is not very comfortable to have to tell people, to tell countries or governments, we changed the estimate of poverty in your country. And the way in which both the United Nations and the World Bank function, that when they make a change, they change the whole series. So that from a day to the next, you cannot find what was what were the old figures. So this is really quite problematic, and this is the reason why the bank asked Tony Atkinson to lead this commission to think about what should be done about this. And what you have at the bottom is the evolution of poverty by region. The brown curve corresponds to East Asia, and of course includes China. And so you can see that very much of what has happened at the global level is really due to China and to East Asia. And what is of special concern is what we see here, this purple curve, which corresponds to Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, where you see that the number of poor people in sub-Saharan Africa has barely changed between over the last 25 or more than that, almost, yes, 25 years. And this is problematic because behind that you also have the increase in the population in Africa. But I thought it was important to show you this. Now let me move to some comments on all this. Maybe I should not spend too much time on the statistics, except to mention that we have made a lot of progress in taking household surveys, but in many countries we have very scarce surveys, and it is problematic to extrapolate the few surveys which are available in order to get an estimate at one point of time. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that I would like to insist on more substantial points. One thing I think is quite important is that it is quite surprising for people who are good statisticians to produce a figure about the global poverty without any kind of standard deviation of the estimate. So we say today the number of poor people is 800 million, but we know that this is imprecise. And there are many, many reasons why we have this imprecision. I mean, not only those PPPs and kind of story, but for example, in some countries, we don't even know very well what the population of the country is. So we take a survey. In the sample, we say the proportion of poor people is so much. Then we have this estimate of the total population of the country. We multiply, and this gives us the number of poor people in the country. But the population figure itself may not be completely reliable. So what do we do with that? I mean, I think it is quite essential to be able to say, to give an interval of confidence for what we are producing as an estimate, and in particular to be able to say something about whether the changes that are being observed are significant or not significant. And let me simply, because of time, go to the last point that I wanted to mention, which is much more conceptual, and I believe will probably be discussed later on today. You see that the definition of poverty that is being used at the global level, and is also used in some countries, in particular the United States, is a monetary measure of poverty, absolute, in terms, meaning that this figure, this line, doesn't change when the economy, when the society is evolving. So here we have this $1.90 a day. The global economy is increasing. The average income in the world is increasing, and yet we don't change the poverty line. Now, in Israel, like in Europe, you have a different view of poverty. We tend to define poverty in relative terms. We say poverty are the people who are below 50%, 60% of the median income per capita or income per consumption unit that is observed in the country. And this is a relative line, which is changing over time. And many people are objecting to the fact that in a world where there is economic growth, we cannot consider that the poverty line always remains the same, that we should also have a relative poverty line. And there have been some some suggestions. If I'm This is taken from an old paper that we wrote with Atkinson, where we are trying to say that one thing we could do is to merge, to combine the two views about the absolute and relative poverty line. What you have here that on the vertical axis you have the individual income, and the horizontal line at the middle is the absolute poverty line. On the horizontal axis you have GDP per capita, so that in the left-hand side of the graph you have poor countries, and on the right-hand side you would have intermediate countries, income countries, or maybe even rich countries. Now, people below the absolute poverty line are absolutely poor. But if we want to combine that with the concept of relative poverty, then we could look at people who are also poor, not poor in absolute terms, but poor in relative terms. And this is a small triangle that we have at on the right-hand side. So that all this area, the rectangle plus the triangle, would be a measure of poverty, something we call the societal measure of poverty, that takes into account, on the one hand, that we don't want to have people below some absolute level which correspond to survival, and on the other hand, we want to take into account the fact that people don't want to be too far away from where their population, or where the way in which income in their population is faring. So this is a proposal, and this is, I guess, something that will have to be considered in the future. By the way, the relative poverty line, as it is practiced in Israel and in Europe, has some problems. In Europe, at the time of the recession in 2009, some people said, look, poverty went down, despite the fact that incomes went down, which was really very, very surprising. Then when this was published in the press, people said, how come? We have a drop in by 2-3% of GDP and personal income, and you are telling us that poverty is going down. And it was going down because it was compared to the 50% of the median. Everybody had a drop in income, and because the drop was slightly less for the poor people, then poverty was going down. So then we invented two poverty. We said, now we have to look at poverty as conventionally measured in relative terms, and something that we called anchored poverty. So 2007 anchored poverty, saying that we will be measuring poverty using the relative poverty line, which was operational in 2007. So that with respect to that measure, of course, poverty had increased. So this means that it is not that clear that you should look at one side or the other. The reality is slightly more complicated. Another thing that is important is to take into account horizontal inequality in poverty, and the fact that not all groups in a society are equally concerned or hit by poverty. We know that women in general and children there are more women and children than men, adult men, living in poor households. Unfortunately, and this is the third point, we cannot do very much to look at what is going on within the household, even though we know that a lot of things is going on. We know that when we look at anthropometric measures of boys versus girls in some countries, we know that the measures for girls are much less favorable than for boys. This means that there is something going on within the household, meaning that not everybody is sharing in an equal way what is available in the household. But we don't have enough and systematic information on this to go much beyond that. Also, you have noticed that we are talking about $1.90 per person and a day, but what about taking into account the size of the family, the composition of the family, the age composition of the members of the family. So why not take into account consumption units rather than persons? We are in developed countries very used to use consumption units. Why don't we do it systematically at the global level? The reason for that is that to go from number of people to consumption units, you have to take into account the consumption behavior within the country, and there is a lot of diversity. And let me conclude with this non-monetary dimension. And this is really what has been very, very much discussed at the time there was a discussion about the Sustainable Development Goals. The fact that we cannot consider that the only thing which matters in terms of poverty is the income or your purchasing power. It matters very much whether you are socially excluded or included. It matters a lot whether you have access to education, whether you have access to health care, whether you are living in a secure environment, whether you are living in a polluted area or not. All these are considered as important dimensions of poverty, which are not at all represented by the $1.90 a day. A lot of work has been done in trying to design multidimensional poverty measures. There is, in particular, now this work done by Al-Khairi and Foster and applied in the United Nations, what they call the multidimensional poverty index, where they're counting the number of deprivations in different areas. Deprivation in terms of food, but also deprivation in terms of education, in terms of healthcare, etc. And certainly this gives a much better description of what poverty may be. And today we also are using more and more subjective data, and this is again a line of research that could be developed. So I have only one small slide of conclusion. I can only encourage you to look at the Atkinson report when it will be out in a few weeks, and really, which is really covering all the areas and making recommendations in all the areas which I have mentioned. Again, it is quite interesting to see that an ingenious researcher idea was transformed into a global social norm. And at the same time, we understand that it would have been needed to do more reflection on the way in which to define poverty. And I will simply finish going back in time. In the 80s, the buzzword in development economics when we are talking about poverty was basic needs. And then you had in those days people trying to figure out what was the cost of a minimum diet for people to survive. What was the cost of acquiring so many calories, so many proteins, so many minerals, etc., etc. And they were trying to base a poverty line on this. I think there is a huge difference between what I've presented here, this, what is behind this $1.90 a day, and this kind of approach. And I would like simply to conclude on saying that maybe going back to a kind of basic need approach to measuring poverty would probably be a good idea if we can overcome the problems that we had in those days. And I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
The panel will have a few minutes to ask questions and relate to some of the issues. We can understand why you received so many prizes, and I saw the list and I couldn't even mention it. I'm happy that the Dan David Prize will be from now on part of this list. You mentioned Professor Sir Anthony Atkinson. He had to be with us today. Unfortunately, he couldn't come because of health problem, and we do send him from here our wishes for a quick recovery. I'd like to relate, ironically, to two issues regarding measurement and I live in Rishon LeZion, fourth biggest city in Israel, 20 kilometers from here. And you know that we all pay taxes due to the how big our apartment houses land are. And my municipality wants very much to show that we decrease the tax we pay. So about a year ago, they decided to remeasure the houses and apartments. So actually the tax reduced. In most of the cities it increased, but in my city it decreased. But suddenly my house became bigger. My house is 25 years old, nothing changed there, but suddenly they measure it differently. So I have a bigger house now because what they did measure then, they measured now, so I have to pay more taxes without being said that they increased tax. Another example I'd like to give is that my parents has an antique mirror in the entrance to their house. I love this mirror. When I stand in front of it, I'm tall and thin. So I'd like to stay there all the time. The only problem is that I'm the only one that can see it, and in the eye of my mind, I see myself thin and tall in that mirror, but the other people see me as I am not in front of the mirror. So I think the issue of how we measure is very important issue. I come from the School of Social Work, and lots of session debate and argument relate to the issue of what is poverty, how we measure it, what is important, and we'll come back to it later on. I would like to invite now Professor Tzvi Eckstein. Professor Eckstein is an emeritus professor from our Eitan Berglas School of Economy. He is now in Herzliya, in IDC. And Professor Eckstein will share his idea about poverty in Israel. We heard a lot about measurement and poverty around the globes, and now we'll hear about sources and policy in Israel. Professor, let's get out here. And you'll be amazed how we can do this.
Okay. Let me just first thank the Dan David Prize and also the family for the important prize, but also for the committee for choosing this important topic of poverty as a central for present challenges of economic societies worldwide, and Israel in particular. I want to thank also the committee for selecting leading worldwide economists, Professor Anthony Atkins, Professor Françoise Bourguignon, and Jim Heckman, who have contributed a lot to our understanding of policies and theories on issues of poverty and inequality. And thank you a lot for inviting me. And I will be very brief. I base my presentation on a joint work with Tali Larome, and we'll do it at the institute at IDC that focus on policy. And I'm going not to mention all the references, but a lot you will see coming related to what you have just presented by Françoise Bourguignon, and a lot of work by Professor Ekman and others. Let me start, and the presentation before helps me a lot on starting by saying that we are the highest poverty rate among developed countries, so basically OECD countries, and the measurement is what I call poverty rate. And I want to emphasize this is rather than a poverty line. We're talking about poverty rate, which is, has been mentioned, is 1/2 of the median, which is less influenced from the top earning, but it's still influenced by the location of the median. And as has been mentioned before, if the median goes down, the poverty line goes down. So the question, you have to be very careful when you analyze the sources. We are 18.8 in 2004, second after Mexico. Let's just give you the outline. So my main point of the source is very simple. It's the labor market. I would show you that. I want to emphasize that unfortunately the research in Israel on those issues is not on the same standard of general academic research on that. What I base here are the three sources that are accepted, I think, now by researchers over the last 25 years at least, maybe more, on the sources for the inequality within the leading OECD countries. A lot of the work, most of the work is about the US, which is also leading in the poverty line and inequality. There are three sources. I will mention this and explain it more, is what is called the skill bias technical change. The second one is globalization and free trade, and in Israel in particular what I call dual market. And then I will mention the weak compliance with labor market production. What I will say that Israel has another feature, which is emphasized also by the OECD report, and I refer to the OECD 2011 initial report, which is called Unequal We Stand, and they do a very large comparison across OECD countries. And Israel is unique also in among OECD countries, we are exceptional on population growth. Israel has been growing between 1.8 to 2% in the last few years, and all OECD countries growing much less, US growing now by 0.5%, and very unequal. And I will mention how that is very much related and unique to the poverty line in Israel, and that's related to the issue of the family in the intra-house Professor Francois mentioned. And the last thing I want to say, that Israel has done some interesting and successive policies in active labor market policies, which Professor Ekman has been studied, for a long, long time, at least since I started reading his work. I follow that very much, and especially on low skill. And focusing on poverty is important about inequality, because it focuses on issues of enhancing employment, enhancing human capital, and enhancing productivity of where the low income are working. And I will mention at the end what can be done more, and that will be the conclusion of my presentation. Poverty, since I realized that I'm the first, so I give you the line of poverty in Israel. You see the blue line very clearly. It has been growing quite substantially, and especially the main growth happened in Israel, and it depends how you measure it, but in between the mid-90s to 2006, that's where the poverty line went up, and since then it's a bit flat. And I want to emphasize that then it has been going down, and I will mention why in terms of the sources. It's much higher. It's still higher than the US and higher than the OECD, but this positive line in the US and the OECD is the issues of the increasing inequality that attract a lot of research worldwide. If you go to another relative, which is the Gini index, so I just want to emphasize measurement of poverty is different, and relative, still we are in the relative measures of poverty are different. So if you go to the Gini coefficient, even in Israel, you see a stronger reduction recently, in the US stronger increase recently, and really to go into the details of the reasons, I think, is extremely important. So here is, I think, a key figure that comes from the comparison and I think the story of, I would say, from 85 to today. And basically, that's the period that most countries are realizing this increase in inequality. And what you see here is that most of the increase in inequality comes from the fact that the top 10, if you want the top 10, 20%, the 10 decile and the 9 decile are growing much faster in their net income. This is net household income. So let me say something about the net household income. The way we measure it worldwide is basically net income per household, and the household is actually standardized by the standard rating on size of the household. And the size of the household measure, you give it 0.85 and so forth, so there is a kind of an increasing return by the family size. And that's, I think, is a key story, is really that a lot has to do with the poverty, is that the lower deciles are growing much lower. Look, it's still growing, 1.7, and we still growing in inequality. So it actually does not reflect at all any absolute measure of poverty. It's fully a measure of inequality, and it is heavily emphasized from the fact that we have, even with the poverty, that we have the top deciles, even that we're just looking for half of the median. That's the net income. The other part is the labor income. And you can see that actually the labor income, it is that the lower deciles are growing even lower, but the fact that, and the difference, as you can see in the levels overall, and the jump that occur here, and what you see, the jump in the labor income inequality occur in Israel earlier. It occurred mainly in the 90s, in the mid-90s. So the labor income inequality actually precedes the growth in the inequality that we see in the net household income. Of course, there are issues of taxes, etc., but I want to emphasize that really the inequality coming from the labor market, I think it's accepted, is going on in Israel, and it's really the growth rate which is much lower on the lower decile than the higher deciles. And I think if you look at the average, by the way, and you compare it to the OECD countries, on average we are growing as much as the OECD countries. We used to grow, and I mean about just below 2%. And that's actually also the GDP growth, or in this respect, we behave very much like the others. So here are the main stories. So let me just make a few comments about it. Skill bias technical change. Skill bias technical change is an hypothesis that has been shown to exist in most OECD, or almost not all, but most OECD countries, is basically that the high-skilled workers enjoyed larger increase in productivity, larger increase in demand, and larger income and higher return. That's the skill bias technical change. The globalization is the fact that I think has been said. It's basically in the late 80s and the 90s. The two things that happen is that we have a join of China and India and Asia and other countries join the labor market, and trade has increased substantially, and I will say about Israel, and basically a much larger labor supply of poor people and poor countries enter to the market and influence the salaries of and the low growth of the low deciles and the low labor skill in each country. And the third aspect, which is worldwide, it's not Israel, it's all countries. It's Sweden, it's US, England, and Israel. And the last thing that has been mentioned a lot in the research is the weak regulation and enforcement of effective labor market protection, and also decrease in the minimum wage and the enforcement of the minimum wage. And basically how much low workers are protected against discrimination. I'm not talking about whether they are protected and causing inefficiency, really in terms of actually causing discrimination and in this sense. And there is an issue, still a debate among economists about the importance of the minimum wage. But I think once you have a minimum wage, the question is whether you comply with it among the low wage workers. And in all three sources, and I will show you facts, Israel is exceptional in a very unique way. Let's, if we look at hourly wage, I think we are not exceptional, but we are like the others. If you look at the hourly wage, both female and male, there is a huge increase on the hourly wage of the 16 and a half years of schooling. There is a small increase for the low one, and there is no increase and zero rate increase on the very low schooling levels. And this is true for male and female, and the difference is high, and the return to education relative to others is similar, a little higher from estimates in Israel for the hourly wage. But income is the wage multiply employment. And we know that the same thing happened in employment. So in Israel, it's quite unique. I don't know if unique, but it's quite amazing that in the 90s, as you can see, the employment rate of people below 10 degrees is going down. Also, the employment of up to high school is flat among men. For female, it's a little going up, but it's extremely low. It's much higher and increasing among. What we see, which I want to emphasize, the big success of the Israeli government policies is those positive slopes in the last 10 years. Israel is among the OECD succeed to increase the total employment rate in the country about 8 percentage points for prime age 25 to 65 in the last 12 years. And it basically, we were in a gap of about 8% relative to, I would say, the leading employment rates in the 8 to 10% relative to the US, and we were now above US employment rates, and we were 10% below, and we are very close now to employment rates across men and average women, not among Arabic women, but overall, we are really getting in a very high employment rate, and this, you see this change that has occurred in Israel in the last 10 years, and it was not independent of government policy. So that was about the source of the labor market. That's what I showed you before. Employment is much lower and among low-skilled and etc. So the key, I want to emphasize the globalization and trade. One number I don't give you is that actually Israel opened up trade significantly in the beginning of the 90s. And that has made a huge change on all the industrial production and the import of goods. It's not fully free trade, but it is a lot of free trade. And I don't have the numbers, and I want to save the numbers, but everyone who knows about Israel, that has an impact, especially on the industrial workers. Industrial workers has been going down dramatically at that period. But in addition, unlike almost any OECD countries, we allow a huge flow of workers from Asia to join Israel. The dark line, which we call foreign, is the percentage which you measure here of the people in the labor force who came from Asia to work in Israel. This is from the total employment in the business sector, in the economy. If you take it from the low skills, and they are all low skills, construction, agriculture, and taking care of the elderly, this has been unparalleled. And recently we get also people from Africa, and together there are more. And we always had also the Palestinians who are working here, and I want to emphasize, Palestinian Authority GDP per capita is less than China, is less, it's about $3,000, $4,000, and the income there is much, much lower. And all of them, which is reaching 12%, which is about 40% of the low-skilled workers, push the wages down. And the other one is the high-tech. We want everybody to be in high-tech, we want everyone to do mathematics, but I want to emphasize we are the highest. We have 8.5% of the workforce in the labor force. And basically, we had a policy where the low skills in Israel compete heavily and directly, not only on traded good, but also on non-traded good with the Asian workers, which come here. And we have the high-tech sector compete heavily with the Silicon Valley. No OECD countries actually actively run this kind of policies. The last thing I want to say, I have only 5 minutes, so I want to say something positive as well. I want to emphasize the compliance with minimum wage. You can see the minimum wage as a percentage of the minimum wage relative to the average wage has been growing, so minimum wage has been growing up significantly. Most of the period, beside the recent period, also the percentage of people actually not comply with the minimum wage increased almost at the same rate. And if you look at this, it's basically non-compliance in the sectors which are very low wage, of course, and you can see how much it is. It's huge. And the non-compliance is also with the population, which is not compliance, and there are problems, and I will mention this, is really the Arab and and the others, the Arab and the ultra-Orthodox. I want to show you a graph from the OECD countries in terms of household size and poverty. Israel is here. Next to us is Turkey and Mexico. US is here. We have an average family of 3.3, where the average in the OECD is 2.5. That's a huge difference, and that's influenced the level of poverty quite significantly, because most of the largest families are among the poor. They choose it, and I think it's a great idea to have a lot of population, and you can see the numbers. The household size among the Arabs is 4.6, and about 50% of them are below the existing poverty line, etc. And you can see that, but still there are a lot of single parents, and still the others are 2.9 on average. So this is 2.9 is much higher than 2.5. All the Israeli people have more children than OECD countries in a significant way. It's good. I think children is the future. It's important, but it also should be reflected in understanding the sources of poverty and where we should put the money to change the things. And therefore, I want to emphasize, Arab and ultra-Orthodox are most affected from all the aspects. And one of the key aspects is where you invest more in the education. Do you invest more in the education on 5 units in mathematics, or you invest more in the education in the low skill who come with families that have problems that are under possibility of not doing well? That's related to a lot of the issues that probably Professor Ekman will tell us later on, and I learned from his research. Let me just emphasize a list. I take 3 minutes to give you a list of policies. Each of these policies could take 20 minutes just to think about, and it will take months to build it up. And I want to emphasize, Israel has done on employment and experience. I want to emphasize, when you put people to work, then they gain experience. The rate of return on experience is at least 2/3 of the rate of return on a year of schooling. About, on average, on our estimates. We have done significantly, but mainly from cutting down welfare and other sources of income and other aspects. We pushed them into the labor market because we cut those from 2003 on. Welfare to work program. We are among the only OECD country that doesn't have a full welfare to work program. Welfare to work program should be mandatory, should be to all welfare recipients that have employment test, voluntary for others, and we don't have any program for the disabled. We are among the only OECD countries that doesn't have an employment active labor market policies based on the success of those in the US, in England, in Australia, in Switzerland, etc., that we can do. We introduced 10 years ago, a little less, 8 years ago, earned income tax credit, negative tax credit. It's successful. It's retained poor people into work. We should increase it. It is actually an important policy tool, very successful so far in Israel. Measurements are good. We should eliminate almost non-Israeli workers' permits in most places. We actually should reduce the amount of globalization and on the non-traded sector, on the services sector, which is really the key sector that absorbs most of these workers. We should support services. I think childcare facilities enable female to go to work, enable the Arab population female to go to work more, and public transportation. We have a very weak public transportation. In most OECD countries, the poor living in the suburbs of the main urban sectors are poor, a lot of them living far away with no transportation, and if there is a transportation, it's extremely expensive. But that's not enough. To make them to work, it's not enough. Human capital is of the lower 50%. Investment of this, of the public, is under any levels of OECD countries, not to talk about the successful in Switzerland and Germany and even the US. We really have to develop, I think this is something we are working on a program that will make technical and college education basically to people who are not going to academic. We have the highest rate of people going to academic education, 50% in OECD countries, but we have basically no public policy on extra education after high school to those who are going to other occupations, like community college, like technical colleges, and that is, I think, the key issue of human capital that we should do, beside the other that I mentioned. We have a huge, unlike any other OECD countries, we are giving corporate tax reduction only to basically high-tech sector. Why? Because many reasons. But one reason is certainly it caused inequality to increase. It really make the investment into those sectors higher, and probably we should equalize it across all. And if we need to have a low corporate rate for the high-tech, we probably should need also low rate for construction and for the services sector. It's important. We should have R&D. We have only R&D to the high-tech. It's great, it's important, but we should enlarge and have, we are really low in any R&D activities in the services and the traditional industries. We have minimum wage compliance and other effective labor market compliance. We should make it in all sectors. This has been done partially, can be done significantly more, especially in the services sector, in the Arab and the ultra-Orthodox neighborhood. The government has done almost nothing about this, and that should be imposed now. Thank you.
Lecture leaves me, if I'm happy or sad, and what I'm looking forward to. Maybe we should repeat this symposium in 2-3 years and see if we have some new things to say and where we are going at. I would like to ask now Dr. Ram Fishman to join us. In this symposia, we look at multidisciplinary things and also multidisciplinary faculties. We had some senior staff. We have a young lecturer with us from public policy. He's doing very unique work with developmental countries, and I really appreciate the fact that you came back, because most of the time he's around, all over, and besides the fact that it gives me the opportunity to see you, it gives us the opportunity to hear about what's going on with food security around the world. And Dr. Ram Fishman, please join us.
Thank you, Tami. I'm very honored to join this panel. And I'd like to share with you a few thoughts about the connection between poverty and food security and agriculture. And I just want to basically touch on 3 big questions for which I won't have any answers but are relevant to this. And one is basically, to what degree is the transformation of smallholder agriculture, the agriculture that is practiced by hundreds of millions of small-scale farmers in developing countries, to what degree is the modernization of that agriculture an effective poverty eradication strategy? What will it take to achieve that in an environmentally sustainable way? And what is the role of Israel? What does Israel have to contribute to this global challenge? So basically, the World Development Report in 2008 made a stand that, according to that report, agriculture is a very fundamental instrument for poverty reductions. Basically, there are a lot of the world's poor are rural farmers, and therefore improving their productivity is a key to increasing their income. So the logic basically for this approach is quite simple. The first part is just about income. Again, most of the world, 3/4 of the global poor, the extreme poor, are rural farmers, and they depend on agriculture as their main source of income. So in this map, of course, you see that the dark colors represent larger fraction of the labor force employed in agriculture, and we see that in the most in sub-Saharan Africa, in South Asia, we see very high rates of people employed in agriculture. So obviously increasing their incomes will, increasing their productivity will increase their income. Another aspect of that is more about the poor, not just as producers of food, but as consumers of food. If you look at the global map of the yields, how much cereals are produced per hectare in different parts of the world, you see a similar pattern. All these maps will look the same. Here, the light colors indicate low yields. Okay, the lighter colors that you see in sub-Saharan Africa indicate yields that are less than 2 tons per hectare of cereals, rice, maize, wheat. And again, in South Asia too, you see very big gaps in agricultural productivity around the world. And not only, and closing these yield gaps, we know that these yield gaps are not just a result of geographical differences of agroclimatic conditions, they are a result of poverty itself. So these low yields in the developing world are both one of a cause and an outcome of poverty. And closing these yield gaps between developing and developed countries will not only help increase the incomes of the poor, but it will also help the world substantially to meet the need to double food production in the next 3-4 decades. So we have a global food challenge, and the smallholder farmers of the world have a very important role to play in that. If they can converge to the yields achieved in industrialized countries, that will go a long way towards solving the global food challenge. It will help stabilize global food prices, and we know that, of course, from a consumption point of view, that will serve not only the poor who produce the food, but the poor who consume the food. Because a larger share of their consumption is actually based on food. And as was mentioned earlier, part of the original thinking about the poverty lines is that this ability to provide for a minimum diet. Then a third aspect of it is nutrition, and that's related again to the poor as consumers of food. There is this idea that by improving the diversity, quality, and quantity of the food that the poor produce, you can also improve the nutritional quality of their diets. And that is very important because we know we have a great deal of evidence that shows that exposure to stress in very early stages of life has lifelong consequences for welfare, for health, physical and cognitive health, and for economic productivity. So poor nutrition at early stages of life, there's a great deal of evidence that that translates later on to low welfare, low economic productivity. For example, we know that people who were born during times of economic stress, during times of famines and droughts, as adults are less healthy and less productive. And so in this way, this nutritional deficiencies may be creating an intergenerational mechanism transmitting poverty from one generation to another. And the idea again here is by any successful advance in the diversity and the quality of what the poor consume will translate into better outcomes as adults as well. So these are like three basic reasons for why development policy is naturally should be focused on agricultural production. There is also another point about how our growth in agriculture can spill over. There's a very rich and long tradition in macroeconomics discussing those spillovers. I'm not going to dare to say anything about that point in front of this audience, but I'll just go back to the other 3 points and mention that even though this logic seems very sound, it's actually not completely straightforward, and there is some debate about the merits of this approach. One of the doubts revolves around whether, despite the fact that achieving those goals can go a long way towards eradicating poverty, there are doubts on whether a focus on smallholder poverty can actually be effective in that way. Smallholder farmers face a host of challenges to advance their productivity. There's a paper that came out of Oxford a couple of years ago which created a steer, really trying to really question this merit of focusing and trying to promote the agriculture of smallholders who cultivate an acre or a hectare, very, very small-scale farming, really asking, is this really wise given what we know? Is it going to be possible to achieve that kind of modernization in that sector. There's another doubt about whether really increasing the productivity of poor farmers really does translate into better diets and better nutrition. This is an active area of debate and research. We don't have a lot of evidence on that, but there are evidence that sometimes it doesn't work. For example, in India, there is a disconnect between increasing productivity, even in agriculture, and the quality of the diets that is consumed by the poor. And so these are questions, open questions. There's active area of research. One thing we can do is look historically at what happened during the Green Revolution. Obviously, at the country level, there is a great deal of, there's a strong correlation between advances in agriculture. So here, this is just tracking on a continental level, tracking over time what has happened in the last 4 or 5 decades. So on the x-axis, you have here how much cereals is produced in a particular country per hectare, so the agricultural yield. On the vertical axis, you have the infant mortality, a very powerful and painful aspect of extreme poverty. And we see that, as agriculture advances over time, and that's the Green Revolution that started in the 60s in East Asia, in South Asia. So South Asia is there in blue. Latin America is there. South Asia is in lighter blue. You see their yields have gone up to a great degree, and infant mortality has also fallen sharply. Sub-Saharan Africa in red, you see much less advances in agriculture. There wasn't really the Green Revolution really didn't make it to Sub-Saharan Africa, and there also the gains in infant mortality are not as large. There's not that much we can learn in terms of causal mechanisms from these kind of correlations. One thing that I'm working on with some colleagues is trying to look at what the microeconomic evidence for that might be. So what we're doing here is we're actually collecting a very large amount of data, household data. By looking at, there are surveys that are run every year for a long time in many countries around the world called demographic and health surveys. And when we aggregate this data together over the last 3-4 decades, we have data on 600,000 children that were born in all of these places you see in the colored dots all over the world. We're trying to see, and we're also combining that with very spatially explicit sub-country data on the adoption of modern seeds. That was a big part of the Green Revolution, to see how strong is this correlation at the household level between adoption of modern seeds and declines in infant mortality. And we're subjecting it to very demanding regression, and we are finding a very robust relationship. Indeed, at the household level, the adoption of improved seeds has led to decreases in infant mortality. So this is some input into the first 2 big doubts, but there's another third important doubt about whether we can replicate these successes at the present time, and that has to do with the environmental basis of the Green Revolution. We know now that just replicating and extending the Green Revolution as it has been practiced in the last 3-4 decades to the remaining parts of the world where yields are still very low is just not going to work. The Green Revolution was based on using more environmental inputs to produce more grain. But at this point, we're out of land. We're basically out of water. Agriculture is a major source of pollution. So the next modernization of agriculture has to be based on a much more efficient and sustainable use of natural resources. And again, that is something that is not clear can be done effectively at the scale of smallholder agriculture. And the key to all these questions really is technology, and the barrier is not technological, but it's socioeconomic. The technologies that can achieve all of these 3 goals, increasing productivity, diversifying it, and doing it sustainably, those technologies already exist. And the problem is that the rate of adoption of these technologies in developing countries with smallholder farmers still remains very low. Here you see 2 farmers in Gujarat in India. One of them is still using a very traditional method of irrigation to flood his field on the right. On the left, you see a farmer that has adapted drip irrigation, a technology that enables you to produce more food with much less water. And despite the fact that this is a very water-scarce part of India, the majority of farmers here belong to the category on the right. Only a small number actually use this technology. So understanding the barriers to this technology is really the key to being able to achieve all of these goals. And by the way, here's a technology which is obviously an Israeli technology. Drip irrigation is the poster child of Israeli innovation in agriculture. There are many such technologies in Israel. Many of them have the potential to really transform smallholder agriculture in the developing world. But the potential of these technologies has still not really been tapped. The way agriculture developed and grew in Israel is now more relevant than ever before, probably, to the developing world, because the developing world is dealing with a harsher environment, drier, less water, a changing climate. And so the Israeli technologies are really more relevant than ever before, but unfortunately, the potential is not being tapped, even though Israel, especially in early years, had a tradition of technical assistance in agriculture developing countries. Those efforts have kind of gone down over time. The budget allocated, dedicated to this kind of technical assistance has gone down over time, unfortunately, and there hasn't been enough research or in academia, there hasn't been enough research into the socioeconomic aspects of this challenge. Most of it has been focused on the agronomic side of it. And so right now, we have a very good understanding here of plants, but we don't have such a good understanding of the people who grow them. And that's where we feel some of the gap lies, and this is what we're trying to do here now. So we're trying to basically we have a lab here which is trying to work on these issues and understand how Israeli technologies can be better applied. Now, there are many challenges, of course, many economic challenges. One of them is small scale, the small scale of farmers. We have projects going on in multiple parts of Africa and South Asia and India. And it's interesting in this map, again, to see Israel is right at the heart of the area. I think Israel must be of all developed countries, I would venture to say Israel is probably geographically closest and most proximate to most of these countries we're talking about. And so it's easy for us to go to these areas. And many of our projects are really trying to understand what are the barriers and especially to understand whether new approaches whether there are new approaches, new mechanisms, new models that can enable smallholder farmers to adapt these kind of challenges. Let me just quickly mention two examples. Both of them are focused on drip irrigation again. So, for example, in Senegal, we are working with the Israeli government and the Italian and Senegalese government to try to see whether an approach that is based on groups can help increase the use and adoption of drip irrigation and improve nutrition. So we're doing a very careful field experiment, a large field experiment, to be able to evaluate the merits of this approach. The approach is based on the idea that the small scale of every poor farmer is too small to really be able to effectively apply a technology like drip irrigation. But by aggregating them in groups, maybe one way to create this kind of scale and therefore make the use of drip irrigation more cost effective. So this can work in terms of economies of scale, but it will introduce other social challenges, such as the ability of groups to work together, to maintain the systems, to avoid free riding. And we hope that this field experiment will allow us to gain some answers into how effective this approach is and how to make it more effective. Another example in India, also a very dry area, suffering from very extreme drought in the last 10 years, where the government of India is attempting a very, very innovative and ambitious attempt to disseminate drip irrigation on a very large scale. So this project, called Ramtal Project, basically tries to take 10,000 farmers who do not use any irrigation. They grow one cereal a year, have very low yields, completely dependent on rain, subsistence farmers, and basically overnight turn them into profitable modern farming who use drip irrigation to grow fruits and vegetables. It's a very ambitious and very large scale. It's the biggest drip irrigation project in history in the developing world. And we are working there with the local implementers to really evaluate whether it's working or not, and so on. There's a few other projects. I won't get into them. I just wish us good luck with these projects, and I'll end here a little bit early. Thank you.
Thank you, Ram. At least I know now what you're doing when you're not here. And I think this is to show you that the big size of Tel Aviv University enable us to see issues from different angles. And I think this is the fascinating things of looking at things such as poverty from all kind of point, all angles, and let us maybe develop some new things. It also raises the question that we debate on a lot: what is the role of Tel Aviv University in change process, in social change process? And we do know that as professors at the university, as researchers, we need to develop new ideas, new studies, new knowledge, but what is our responsibility to implement all those things in the field? This is an issue that in School of Social Work, in School of Public Policy, among many of us, we deal and try to find solutions. So to conclude this part, I would like to ask Professor Danny Ben-David, no relation to the David family, but a similar name. And Professor Danny Ben-David is from the Department of Public Policy. He's also the head of the Shoresh Institute for Social Policy. And you have more complicated name, but I wasn't sure if I mentioned all part of it. And Danny wanted to show us how things look from, why didn't you use Israeli concept? You talk about 30,000 feet above. Why not talk about Israeli words? Come here. Danny.
English, I use English.
And share with us, I just try to get out of here.
Let's see, escape.
Hi.
Yeah. Okay, it's an honor for me to participate in this symposium today, and I'd like to congratulate the recipients of the Dan David Prize and also the David family. As you can imagine, teaching at Tel Aviv University with this name and a building in that with a very similar name. What I'd like to do is to take the issues that were discussed until now, and in some ways even connect them to the next session here and with Professor Heckman's work. Zvika, Professor Eckstein, spoke about the primary source of the problems here in the labor market, and I will dig a little bit deeper and go to education in that regard. But I would like to do something a little bit different than before, and maybe show you where we were as a nation, where we are, where we're headed, what that means, and some of the implications in this regard. Because we're a study in irony in many cases, in many instances. We have one of the most innovative private sectors, leading universities and medical sectors, and at the same time, a very large and increasing share of the population is being left behind. And in a sense, it's really two nations in one if we take the relative poverty concept from before to different areas. And in fact, I'd like to start in what is essentially a very different area, but very much related. When we talk about economic growth, productivity is key, and one way to look at productivity is labor productivity, the amount produced per hour. And here you can see a comparison of Israel to all of the OECD countries, and as you can see, you have to wait a long time until you see us on the graph, until we appear. $37 an hour compared to $67 in the US, it's going to be very difficult to have high wages when you produce very little per hour. The problem is not only that it's low, when you look at this over time, and one of the things that we try to do at the Showish Institution is to take the data as far back as possible, to compare to as many countries as possible. When we started in 1970, for example, and compare the G7 to Israel, you can see that while productivity has grown here, it has grown at a much slower pace over time, very steady, but much slower pace than in the G7 countries, so that the gap between them and us has grown over fourfold over the past several decades. And that has huge ramifications for the future in terms of our ability to keep our best and brightest here, among other things. And the question is, how can this be? What's going on here? I believe that it has a lot to do with this fact that we have two nations in one. That part of it is cutting edge, and the other part is not receiving either the tools or conditions to work in a modern economy. That other part of Israel is not only big, its share in the total is growing, and as such, we're falling further and further behind. The more conventional way of looking at these differences within a country is income inequality, obviously, which takes the concept of the relative poverty a little bit further. The Gini coefficient in Israel, and there's a slight difference here between what I'm going to show you and what Professor Eckstein showed you earlier. This is based on the Luxembourg income study rather than OECD data, which is a little bit more accurate data. And also, we use the same measures for determining family size here, so that all of the countries are measured in the same way. Going back to what Professor Bourguignon spoke about, the importance of measurement. And an interesting thing emerges from this, that this is the Gini coefficient in net incomes, disposable incomes in the developed world, and this is Israel. We've actually overtaken the US in recent years. Now, the conventional wisdom in Israel is that this is primarily due to the two very large and growing population groups in Israel, Arab Israelis and Haredim, ultra-Orthodox Jews, who are essentially very poor, and again, populations are growing. If we look at the extent of poverty among these groups, well, in 1990, 40% of the households, Arab Israeli households, was under the poverty line. Today, it's over 50%. Among the ultra-Orthodox Jews, the Haredim, the situation is even worse. And given that these are very large and growing population groups, it's only natural to assume that the primary problem in Israel, as far as inequality and also poverty, is due to these two groups. However, when we remove them from the sample and re-estimate the Gini coefficient among Israelis who are not Haredim, Jewish Israelis who are not Haredim, you can see that although the increase in recent years has apparently been due to the Arab Israelis and Haredim, if the Jews here, who are the majority, the Jews who are not Haredim, would be a separate country, we would have one of the highest rates of income inequality in the developed world. In other words, we make life too easy for ourselves by saying it's all located there, all the problems are there. It's much, much broader than that. And when you drill down, where's this coming from? Clearly, the labor market is key, but what determines what's happening in the labor market? Well, the jumping off point into the labor market is the education that we give our children. And when we look at core subjects, math, science, and reading, and compare ourselves to 25 relevant developed world countries, what is the gap among our children compared to the gap among other children? In other words, you have the PISA exam, the TIMSS exams, and so on. You have the average grade in each country. What is the standard deviation? What is the gap in these exams? And how does it compare in Israel to the other countries? And you can see that in every single exam that has been given here since the late 90s, the gap among our children in core curriculum subjects is the highest in the developed world. Keep in mind that this is not because of the ultra-Orthodox Jews, many of whose children do not study what they need to be studying and therefore don't take the exam. So this was, had they taken the exam, it would be even worse, although you can't be worse in first place, but you can have a higher standard deviation. Taking this a bit further, if we look at middle class income inequality, so there is no formal definition of middle class, but do the following experiment. If we rank everyone in Israel from the poorest to the wealthiest, throw out the bottom 25% and the top 25%, and refer to the rest as middle class, and it's not really sensitive to this specification. What is the gap between someone at the 75th percentile and someone at the 25th percentile? So a 2 here would mean that it makes twice as much. This is what it looks like in the developed world, and this is Israel. Okay, so the issue of inequality is much broader and much deeper than we tend to give it credit for, and it's not just an issue of the Haredim and the Arabs in Israel. So going to the labor market, if we look at prime working age Israelis, and this requires a little bit of an explanation because prime working age is generally 25 to 34, but in Israel, because we go to the army and then we start school later, everything is delayed, then we have excuses why we don't work. But if you look at 35, 54, we run out of excuses. So what does it look like when we compare Israelis of different education levels to get an idea how this thing developed over time? We start with the least educated Israelis, going as far back in time as we can find them. In 1970, they worked. This is people with no more than 4 years of education. Over 90% were employed. Now keep in mind, because of the skill bias technical change that was referred to earlier, and the increase in demand for educated and skilled workers, and the relative decrease in demand for uneducated, there's a drop, a big drop in the employment levels of the relatively uneducated. And if you split up the entire group here by years of education, you can see how Israel's developed over the years. From a country where it didn't really matter if you were educated or not, you could find a job and there were high employment rates. We've become a much more similar to other developed world countries. And you can see part of what Professor Eckstein was referring to earlier. In recent years, there has been an increase in employment rates, primarily among the lower educated and less skilled. A lot of that has to do, however, with the fact that we hit bottom over a decade ago with the Intifada. We had a major recession here, our worst in decades, and ever since we've been coming out, and so the people who have primarily benefited from it are the lower skilled. This does not include the Haredim, the ultra-Orthodox, because the number of years that they study has little to do with what we consider higher education and so on, where most of the men do not study beyond 8th grade, a core curriculum, and even that's partial. So where are the Haredim, the ultra-Orthodox, on this kind of a graph? Well, contrary to public opinion in Israel, conventional wisdom that they never worked in Israel, they may work abroad, but here they don't, they did. Over 80% were employed in the late 70s. But the drop in employment rates among the Haredim has been basically identical to people who are completely uneducated. And here, too, you can see an increase in recent years. Their employment has risen, as has low-skilled. But this has huge ramifications for the future, given the size of this group and the rate that it's growing within Israel's population. So when we talk about solutions, it's important to talk about vocational training. It's important to talk about all kinds of basically rear guard actions for adults, but we need to reach a lot of these kids when they're kids before they grow up, because it's going to be a lost cause afterwards. We're just simply not going to be able to handle that kind of an issue when so many kids are going to become adults. And you'll get a little bit on the demographics in a moment. Putting the Haredim aside, the importance of education in terms of employment for Arab Israelis versus Jewish Israelis, and this does not have the Haredim among the Jews, men versus women. We start with, again, prime working age, 35, 54. Uneducated Arab women, those who didn't finish high school, in fact, didn't finish beyond 11 years of schooling, very few are employed. Uneducated Jewish women, it's higher, but nothing to write home about 2/3. Arab men and Jewish men, uneducated, roughly the same, between 2/3 and 3/4. Not very high. Now, if you stay with these same groups and go to the other end of the education spectrum with academic education, what kind of employment rates do we see? Well, for Jews, Arab men and Jewish men, you can see that it's very high. I should point out what I'm not showing you here is that it matters very much what you study and where you study, and that affects wages and your ability to find what you want in terms of work. And yet, if we do a binary, are employed, not employed, it makes a huge difference just at this very basic level. Jewish women, very high rates of employment among the educated. And among Arab Israeli women, it's not at the same levels, but when we tend to say in general that Arab Israeli women don't work, what we're really saying is that the uneducated group is simply huge compared to the rest. Now, if we drill a little bit deeper with regard to the Haredim, one of the things that we see in Israel is an opening of newer colleges that, and more Haredim, ultra-Orthodox Jews, who now study in higher education by the thousands. So we have, again, conventional wisdom that we're turning the corner finally on this issue. One of the problems with conventional wisdom is that it's based on partial and anecdotal evidence. So what does it look like when we look at the larger share of the the larger issue? After all, more and more Haredim are studying college, but there are more and more Haredim. So what is the percentage of them that is actually finishing, not just studying in college? And as a benchmark, among secular Jews in Israel, the share of those with academic degrees is very high compared to the West and rising, more for women than for men. Not all of it are degrees that are worth very much, and yet it's still something. What does the situation look like for prime working age Haredim? And you can see that it's very low and very stable over the past decade. This is not going anywhere. And also no difference between men and women. Now, part of the comeback to what I'm just showing you here is that the change that we see is not among 35 to 54-year-olds, but actually among the younger Haredim. So let's look at, kind of go outside the parameters of this graph to 20 to 34-year-olds. And this is what it looks like for men, for Haredim men who are 20 to 34. It's almost zero, and also not going anywhere. For women, it's a little bit better, nothing to write home about. So while we tend to say the Haredim should work, they should go to the army, we should include them, they have to have basic skills. And how much they don't have basic skills, you can see basically in this graph, comparing Haredim in America to Haredim in Israel. Okay? And in the United States, they cannot avoid a core curriculum like they can here. So they have to study what they need to know. The children have rights. And when you see how that ends up in terms of academic degrees, huge difference. This is Haredim versus Haredim in the US versus Israel. It's still low compared to the rest of the United States, however, twice as much as here, which means if we don't reach our children when they're young, we're going to have huge problems when they grow up. Now, taking this a little bit further, the education issue, the average level of education in Israel, according to achievements in the most recent PISA exam in math, science, and reading, if you compare Israel to the 25 relevant OECD countries, you can see that our children, their achievements in math, science, and reading are nearly at the bottom of this group, which, given the size of Israel and our need to be a competitive global economy, we don't have the economies of scale to produce everything we need. These children are going to be competing with those children, and this is how we're preparing them for the future. Keep in mind, again, the Haredim don't study the material, so they don't take the exam. Had they taken the exam, it would be a lot worse, okay? Jewish kids who are not Haredim are not doing well, but the education that we give our Arab children in terms of their achievement, well, that's below many third world countries, including Jordan, Tunisia, and so on. So basically, you're getting a look at the future unless we get our act together and reach these children tomorrow morning, pretty much. Now, another measure that the OECD has is problem-solving abilities, ranked from 1 to 6. 1, just so you have an idea what we're talking about here, level 1 students tend not to be able to plan ahead or to set sub-goals. So these kids are going to be in huge trouble. Just imagine someone going to vote in an election without understanding the implications of what he's being told by the candidate, okay? And I think that we see several examples of that in a number of countries in the world. So this is the share of kids not at the lowest level, but not even reaching the lowest level. Okay, and again, this does not include the Haredim. So you're getting basically a glimpse here of what the future is like if we don't get our act together, especially given the demographics involved here. This is the breakup of children in Israel in first grade last year, where these kids have average achievements below third world countries, and the majority of these kids aren't even studying the material. So roughly half the kids in Israel are receiving a third world education, and it's not that the rest are getting that good of an education either. Looking ahead, basically, these kids are going to be adults, and there's a question here, what is going to happen when they grow up? To give you a sense of the direction, when we look at tax revenues in Israel today, we have a disproportionately high share of tax revenues coming from indirect taxes, which are considered regressive. So clearly, if we're going to need more tax revenues in the future, the direction to go is direct taxes, primarily income tax. If you look at where already today income taxes are coming from, the revenue is not coming at all from the 50% of the population doesn't even reach the bottom rungs of the income tax ladder. They pay no income tax. Almost 90% of all the income tax revenues comes from the top 20% of the population. And this is today. Just imagine when the demographics that I just showed you kick in terms of what we will need to pay going forward in our income tax revenue. As a result of that, a study that was done by the finance ministry, Asaf Geva, he looked at basically projections of government incomes and expenditures as a share of GDP if we do not include the Arabs and the Haredim and the labor force in a much stronger way than we have in the past. We already are talking about a government deficit that's 3% relative to GDP. But keep in mind, if a growing share of the population isn't going to be included in the ballgame, then we're going to be looking at a steadily increasing share of expenditures relative to GDP, while less people are going to be paying taxes. Okay, and this is just unsustainable. Okay, it's clearly not going to happen at this steady pace for the next 40 years. Something has to give here. So if we look at Israel now, compare it to all of the countries for which you can find data on fertility rates and GDP per capita, well, something interesting develops, and you can see the uniqueness of Israel on this graph. 173 countries, divide them by income levels, okay? So you have 32 high-income countries. You can see quite a bit of variance in the GDP per capita, relatively small rates of fertility. Middle-income countries, here you are including a number of countries that have larger families, and then the vast majority of countries is very, very poor with large families. So where's Israel? Who do we belong to? We're the only country in the developed world that hasn't figured out yet who we want to belong to. We're at the bottom end of the high-income countries. The default direction here, given the demographics and given the skills and education that we give a huge number of our children, the default is downwards. It doesn't have to be, though. We still have some of the best universities in the world. The knowledge that we need is in Israel. It has to reach those children tomorrow, and it has to reach them at the youngest age possible. And we have a whole other session today on the importance of that. But it's fundamental that these floodgates open and the knowledge that is in Israel reach those kids. And if it does, this is actually a good graph, because we are a young country, and the sky's the limit as far as where we can go. So I will stop here and can continue later.
We'd like to take a few minutes for a talk, panel, and then we'll enable you to ask several questions. And in 15 minutes, we'll take a break, a lunch break for you. Did I miss someone? Danny is here. Rami is here. Where? Okay. So we heard different point of view. Some things were very optimistic. Some things were very pessimistic. Some things showed us that we're in a very good position, and some things showed that we are at risk. And I'd like to ask you, where do you think we are going to from here? And if we arrange this symposia in 3 years, where would we be? What would you all say if 3 years from now, I would ask you what is going on? Would you say the same? Do you think the situation will be better or worse? And I'd like to ask Professor Bourguignon to start, please. Yeah, you're our guest.
Okay, I guess the prime is to know, to answer your question, where? What we just heard is not extremely encouraging and means that there is a lot of effort to be made in this country to overcome some of the difficulties which are coming from the heterogeneity of the population, in particular, this heterogeneity in terms of education, schooling, and all the implications that this may have. So I get that the conclusion from that point of view is that very serious efforts have to be made, but as in many other countries, this involves more than economic efforts. This basically involves changes in the way the society works. It involves a change in the balance between various groups in the society, and it's not clear how you do that, and I'm not convinced that economists have a clear answer to that question. No, unfortunately, I'm not sure that economists have any magic at their disposal. So this is, I think, what I could say on the Israeli experience. I mean, I enjoyed very, very much both presentations by Mr. Ben David and Mr. Eckstein. They were very, very illuminating and showing the challenge in front of the Israeli economy. Now, I would like to say maybe a few words about the presentation on the food security, which is maybe much more encouraging, because this is where you can see that progress is possible. And again, Israel has been, or is being, very important, influential in promoting this change in agricultural technology and in yields. What I would like to say about this is the following. As a matter of fact, I was in the bank, and I was a little behind this World Development Report that you mentioned on agriculture. And for a very long time, the development community thought that agriculture was not that important. Basically because the model they had in mind was the model of developed countries. I mean, the economic history of developed countries, saying that in any case, agriculture the weight of agriculture in GDP would go down, in employment would go down, and that poverty would be eliminated by simply farmers migrating toward the cities and being employed in manufacturing or later on in services. Now, what we observe is that this model is basically not working. This model is not anymore the model that we can apply to the countries which were shown on the various maps that we have seen. And because of that, it is absolutely essential to do something for subsistence farmers because we cannot live on the view that at some stage they will leave their farm and they will all go to live happily in nice places in the city. So what has been shown is extremely important. At the same time, it is true that one of the big issues is how to take most advantage of those new technologies. And I was very much interested by what you said about the fact that I think it was the example of Senegal, where you had to do some regrouping of farmers in order to apply the technology that you were mentioning. And this is a difficult thing to do because farmers very often are isolated. They don't necessarily like to work in group. So again, this involves more than economics, this involves more than technology, this involves changing the mind of the people, changing the way in which people do behave. So I guess that my conclusion would be, I think that as economists we have the right diagnostic about what is going on. Very often we have the right view about the policies that should be implemented, but most often the obstacles in front of us are political obstacles, and our difficulty very often is to convince societies, politicians, and opinion makers in societies about the direction in which they should go.
I am an optimistic person on my nature, and I would like to say a few things about the trends and the policies. So what we will see depends very much about what would be done. If I look at the numbers, I think we have done a tremendous success relatively in terms of employment. I mean, we are reaching now on age 25 to 65, on average, 76% employment, which is much above France, much above Italy, much above Spain. It's actually reaching, and we can do, if we continue the existing policies, I would predict that in the direction I put to the government, we reach already what I put in a committee that I added in 2010, the rates that we put as targets, and the government adopted the target and initiated policies for these targets. We already reached the 2020 rates of employment. The point is that productivity has not been growing, etc. But that, I think, shows that the government can do when they put rates. If we will increase the rates and we continue the existing policies on enhancing employment, and given what we have seen, I just give a number, Haredi female actually working now about 73% on age 25 to 64. There is a huge change in the Haredi environment, and there is a huge change among Arab women. The rate of completion of high school among them has been reached dramatically, etc. So I think, given what we have seen in the last years and the fact that unemployment went down now to 4.9% with the new measures, tell us that if the government take actions, they can reach higher. Now, the government should take huge actions on improving productivity. If the government takes it, we will be on a positive rate, although we will continue to have basic issues because we are a country where people love children more. Even forget about the ultra-Orthodox. I say even the other people. We enjoy having children and raise children. And that makes, in terms of requirements for investment in children and education, more than others. And we don't do good enough, as David showed and so forth. And if we will invest there more, and I think we could really do better. I don't predict that we are going to close the gap with the US or with Western countries on productivity. Those issues are deeper, and I would say even as an economist, which we study, we don't really have a full answer because it's not only human capital, it has to do with a lot of other aspects in productivity. And the dual aspect of the economy between the high tech and the rest, I think will exist there and will continue to exist there, and it's going to hunt us, and we will have to find out to deal with it. I would say one more aspect that has not been discussed about income distribution. One of the worst things that has happened in the last 6 years is the housing sector. What has happened in the housing sector has increased inequality in Israel, which is not measured in any of the graphs we showed you, more than anything else. This is disastrous to a high income inequality economy. The fact that housing prices now per square meter is among the highest, not only relative to wages, even in absolute level in the whole Western world, and certainly relative to income, that we are about 30% lower than them, is a disastrous to income inequality, and it is going to build a huge additional inequality in wealth problem that will haunt us in the next future. The other thing, which I think the challenge that we haven't discussed, is the robotic. Since we are very high-tech oriented, and since a lot of robotic is developed actually in this country, including car robotics, this challenge of skill bias technical change, which is more in Israel hunting our labor market, as I tried to indicate, than almost any country there, it will be even more a problem for Israel in the next 20 years. And therefore, I would say the following. We can deal with these issues. Unfortunately, the government has not been too decisive on dealing with these important issues. And if they will not, then we will face even more problem, I think, in the future, although we can solve probably some of the problems.
Last week we had a marvelous lecture by Woody Zomer from our faculty about the growth in population, and I think it would relate a lot to what you just told us. Also, we had another lecture here by Goran Gottlob, who works with robotics and trying to be critical. I wish they could be here with us now. What do you think?
If you ask me about the future of smallholder farmers, you know, I'm naturally optimistic, but I can't base it on any good evidence. When you spend time in the field, you are exposed to many, many frustrating experiences, but sometimes also to very promising experiences. But what I am very optimistic about is Israeli society involvement in this challenge. You know, I said before that it's been declining over the years, but in recent years there is some kind of a resurgence, and especially in civil society, you see more and more young people getting excited about international development. And you know, the fact that this is, you know, now coming up in academia, I think is also a reflection of that. I can tell you that more students are coming, amazing students. Some of them are here in the room. They're getting involved in this kind of work, and they're doing very, very good work. And I think this mentality of, you know, we have enough problems of our own, is still very strong, but I think there's a change. And I think every year more and more people are getting involved. And by the way, it's not just about NGOs and government, it's also about private sector. Becoming more interested in trying to penetrate these emerging markets. And you know, for profit, and that's fine. I think so. There's more and more energy in this endeavor, and I think we'll see more and more Israel being able to offer in this regard. Not in terms of resources, because frankly, the official development assistance budget of Israel is embarrassing, frankly. But like in other fields, sometimes we can make up with human capital what we can't do with resources or refuse to do with resources. And I think really there are amazing people here, and many of them from previous generations who have, done a lot. Amazing agronomists, amazing people who have toured Africa trying to do this, and now a younger generation is coming up. So that makes me very optimistic about that.
I don't know whether to, in general I'm an optimist, but here there are huge questions. When we can get things right, we can blow it. I think primarily everything that I showed is an issue of national priorities. At the national level, where we used to, how we used to behave and how we behave today. I agree with Professor Eckstein in the sense that it's not all education, clearly not, but it is a necessary condition, even if not sufficient condition. We don't invest sufficiently elsewhere either. If you look at one of the other primary determinants of productivity and inequality, it's our transportation infrastructure. And if you look at the congestion on our roads, 45 years ago, it was identical to small European countries. Today, it's over 3 times the congestion of those same small European countries. We simply forgot to build roads and rail where most of the people live. We've never been on the map as far as rail is concerned. There have been improvements in both of these areas in recent years, but they're a drop in the bucket compared to where we need to go, and even compared to the improvements in the European countries during the same decade that we've seen the improvements here. They're still small compared to what these countries have done. If you look at another infrastructure, bureaucratic infrastructure, here we're very adept at putting all kinds of barriers on basically opening a business, running a business, and operating it. Here too, it's going to affect productivity, it's going to affect inequality and poverty. We do things in every one of the areas that we need to, but it's all an issue of degree. We don't do enough in most of the areas that we should, and we do too much in areas that we shouldn't be near, as far as our public expenditures are concerned. And we need to regroup and reorganize in that regard. Whether I'm an optimist, I believe in the Israeli people, a little bit less than the kind of governance we've been seeing in recent years, but that's a whole different issue.
Yes, I wanted to add a remark on inequality, because the chart which was shown on the Gini coefficient showed that indeed inequality increased very much in Israel, as it increased very, very much in the United States. I don't think that we can consider that inequality can increase independently from some problems in the society. It is not necessarily conflictual. I mean, it is not necessarily the case that because inequality is increasing, there will be some social movements. It may be the case that some populist politician will gain a lot of influence, and then very bad decisions will be taken because of that, but we cannot consider that inequality may increase without consequences on the way in which the society is functioning. We have seen that in many countries. We have seen that in Latin America, where definitely populist regimes, not to mention in the earlier days dictatorships, were linked to the issue of inequality. We cannot forget the fact that what we observe today in the United States is completely linked to the increase in inequalities which took place over the last 25 years. And we hear things today there which we would not have imagined 10 or 15 years ago, and this is related. So in the case of Israel, I think that this big increase in inequality is something of a real concern. And if we add on that what Professor Eckstein just said about robotics, about the impact of technical change, about the impact of artificial intelligence on employment, it may be the case that there are still forces independently from the way in which the Israeli society is functioning that will still add to inequality. So because of that, I think it must be a priority of governments and the civil society and the public debate in this country, as in many other countries where we have seen an increase in inequality.
Just a comment following up. I think it's important to point out. The question, I want to say there is one graph that Dan shows from the finance ministry about this prediction that we are going to a huge deficit. I know this study, I don't accept the assumption, therefore I don't accept the conclusion. But the other thing I want to emphasize, I think inequality is a real problem, mainly not because of the fact that it's just inequality, it's a question how much we take care of the poor and how we deal with the lower 20% and how we give them the free opportunities and the hope. And that, I think, is also very important. Because look at the US, it's the conditional on its population growth is the highest unequal country in the world. But it's the country that most of the people who want to migrate from their country want to go there, especially from this country, but not only. So being an unequal country doesn't mean that people don't want to live there. And that per se, and I think the key fact is really don't kill the dreams of the poor people and the mobility. And I think the key fact is very important. It's not just the current inequality, is really the potential mobility, especially the potential mobility of those who came from nowhere, which I guess a lot of us here, including, I would say, me.
Okay, thank you. That means two main things. First, you led us directly to what will be after the break and the second symposium talking about challenges and what we should do and how we change things. And the other thing is that I have the feeling that we just started and we could take the whole week to talk about poverty and it's only the beginning. So thank you all. We will take half an hour break now. You have refreshment outside. Thank you to all. אנחנו בתהליך, בינתיים אני אומר לכם שמצפה לנו סימפוזיון ואחרי הסימפוזיון הנוסף יהיה קטע של נגינה סביב הפרויקט שלנו של סולמות שאני אדבר ואסביר עליו בהמשך. המוזיקה במוזיקאית. המוזיקה תהיה בשפת המוזיקה, לא בעברית ולא באנגלית. עד שהאורחים שלנו מגיעים לאט לאט, אני בינתיים מספרת לכם. הייתה צריכה להיות פה תזמורת של 100 ילדי סולמות מהפריפריה, אבל יש היום מבחן מיצב במתמטיקה. אז לא אפשרו להם בתי הספר לצאת, למרות שהכל אורגן מראש, אבל תהיה לנו נציגות שנדבר עליה לאחר מכן, אז תהיה לכם אפשרות לשמוע משהו מתוך הפרויקטים. I apologize for not letting all our distinguished guests time to breathe, to rest, and to see what is around them, but we're very anxious to continue, and next time we'll have to arrange it with more free time for all of you. You can come right up. Professor Ekman, you can just climb right up instead of sitting down and letting me bringing you. And we are now to the second symposium, which is going to deal with education, prevention, and treatment.
And it's a real, real honor. I've said before that the list of prizes are so long that if I start telling about all these prizes, I will not end reading it to you, but I don't think I need to present Professor James Heckman, who is, among all other prizes, the recipient of the Nobel Prize in 2000.
Yes, 2000.
And we're very proud to have him here. And we're very proud that the Dan David Prize will go together with the Nobel Prize. We like it in Tel Aviv University to say that we also gave a prize, not only the Nobel. And I have the privilege, the honor, and the excitement to invite you to talk and share with us your idea.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, shall you tell me that?
Good. Okay, well, thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure to be here. I do enjoy very much. I realized it's been too long since I've actually been in Tel Aviv or even in Israel. But the interactions the last few days have just reminded me of how much I've lost, and I hope we can continue these interactions on into the future. So what I've been asked to talk about, or what I'm going to talk about anyway, is creating and measuring capabilities. And I think it links very well to the discussion we heard earlier about the global macro aspects of inequality, both in Israel and around the world. And so let me talk briefly about this. Oh, I see. I have a clicker here, so I'll use this. So let me start, though, with where I actually started, or concluded maybe, in a lecture a couple of days ago. I had a few minutes to talk at the actual award of the Dan David Prize, but I actually went back to the Bible. And just to remind you, and these are actual quotations, so you can read it, the traditional approach to poverty, now I'm talking about traditional going back. We're going back to the very beginning here, at least in terms of organized religion. This admonition, there should be no poor among you. But with immediate qualification, of course there will be, if however there is somebody among you, that you should basically be kind, at least to your kinspeople, and do not harden your heart against the needy kinsperson. So that again starts a policy which has been really traditional in many countries, Western countries, from thousands of years, which is transferring. But also recognizing that poverty is going to be an ongoing problem. And it attacks poverty in a way that is kind of traditional, but I think limited point of view from what we understand now about poverty. So we've seen this already. I decided to bring the coals to Newcastle, but you know already about the nature of inequality in Israel, so it's probably better. I'm quoting literally one of the previous presenters here. So we know that inequality has increased, the percentage of households under the poverty line. We had a very good discussion of this last session. What I want to talk about is a relationship between inequality and social mobility. Because in many countries and in many societies, the real interest is not so much in poverty in the current generation, although that's an issue and has profound political and economic consequences, but also to consider social mobility, how people can advance. And so this is something that I definitely want to focus on. And here is a graph which many of you have seen. I put the best estimate I could find, although I'm sure people here could come up with a better number. Just this so-called Gatsby curve, or the Great Gatsby curve, which relates intergenerational mobility, looking at some measure of income of the child to the income of the parent. And this coefficient beta is called the IGE, the intergenerational income elasticity. A higher beta is lower mobility. And what people have talked about, Korek in particular, but others, many others now, Chetty more recently, have been looking at the relationship between income inequality, this is income inequality among families in various countries, and looking at what the rate of intergenerational income mobility would be. And you see this positive relationship. The more cross-section inequality, the greater the immobility of the population. So that's an empirical fact that's been found. Each of these numbers can be disputed, but the fact of the matter is that there's a general pattern along these lines. And so if we look particularly at countries like Denmark, the US, and then this number for Israel is one of the only numbers I could find, and I don't know if you would accept it, but nonetheless, there it is. There is a close relationship. So the real question is, how do you interpret this relationship? And what's the policy interpretation? And what might we take from it? So one way to think about it, and the way that most people, many people anyway, Alan Kruger and Korak and many others have interpreted this, and I'm not saying it's an invalid interpretation, is the relationship goes from income inequality to basically the IGE. The idea being that as societies become more equal, some people have access to resources, their children, those at the high end of the distribution, have access, those at the bottom do not. And so inequality would feed into this immobility. So we start with inequality, and we might preserve that inequality. We would preserve it, and it could be a situation of either continuing or possibly worsening the inequality. So that's one interpretation. The second interpretation, though, and it's one that goes back to the work of Gary Becker and Nigel Tomes and others, Glenn Lowry, is the notion of how the intergenerational income elasticity itself promotes income distribution, namely how family influence, how the transmission of a family influence and family resources and family generally translates into the inequality of the individuals in a society. So an open question is as to whether or not which mechanism, or the relative importance of these mechanisms, both are probably at work, but it leads to different kinds of policy conclusions. And so the standard notion, and I put this in italics, is to think about redistributing. That's kind of the Bible's view of the poor. Help the poor, give, sometimes called alms to the poor. We have a very sophisticated analysis now in economics of welfare state and how we might efficiently redistribute resources. So the notion of income distribution leads to a kind of a notion of redistribution and efficient redistribution. But the other notion here, and I want to emphasize this, is something that I would call pre-distribution, namely understanding the role of family influence in producing income inequality. And so both of these should be taken and considered seriously in devising and analyzing policies. And that's what I want to primarily focus on today. I want to emphasize a point that was made, though, or just repeat a point that was made in the previous sessions in the papers. Very good, very interesting discussion. Namely, when we're talking about creating skills, we're only talking about part of the issue of inequality. I mean, obviously how people can use their skills, what the incentives are to use the skills, how efficient the society is in utilizing the skills and incentivizing individuals to acquire those skills plays a major role. And I'll talk a little bit about that at the end. But right now I'm going to focus on one part of the story. And it looked like in Israel, at least for certain populations, it may well be still an important component of thinking about inequality. So I'm going to use the term capabilities. And I'm borrowing this term from work by Sen and Nussbaum and others. But it's a very general and intuitive concept. So without getting into the specifics of Sen's capability approach versus somebody else, I just want to use the term almost as a synonym with skill, and thinking about capacities to function and to create further capacities. I think those kinds of skills, the ability to self-realize, to enhance one's abilities, to kind of achieve various goals over life, those are very important, and these capabilities are going to be what I focus on. So I'm going to make the equivalence here between capabilities and skills. Now, for those of you who know Sen's work, you'll recognize there's another whole political and social dimension about institutions, which I'm abstracting from completely. So if you know that literature, you'd know this as internal capabilities. I think these are very important, and this is what I want to talk about today. So I want to emphasize this point and come back to it, that the capabilities of individuals, invested in individuals, only part of the story, but they're a very important part. And so I'm going to focus on this throughout it. So what do we know? I'm going to talk very briefly about what I consider to be a comprehensive approach to forming these capabilities. But I want to also emphasize that when we think about skills and capabilities more generally, we really are thinking very broadly. We need to think more broadly about what the benefits are of these skills. And this does change the way we think about social policy. And here's an example of what I mean by fragmented solutions. Typically in public policy discussion, people say we want to reduce crime. Crime is a contributor to inequality and is a consequence of inequality. But when people think about addressing various social questions, they think about, promoting skills. If you're going to promote skills, it's almost always equated with building better schools, paying teachers more, and raising test scores, like we heard earlier today. And then, of course, if you want to promote health, you have more doctors and you have more medical facilities. And if you want to get nutrition, then you hand out supplements, you maybe expand the agricultural sector. If you want to reduce pregnancy among teenage girls, you have pregnancy prevention programs. And then the biblical notion about reducing inequality, giving transfer programs, or more recently promote various kinds of programs. I'm not suggesting that any of these programs are bad, but I am going to suggest there is a more comprehensive approach that supplements these kinds of standard solutions. And in some cases, when we have actually computed it, we can see that certain ways to prevent crime can be much more efficient than hiring police. We can actually do a cost-benefit study and suggest that certain kinds of ways of reducing crime by promoting education can be far more effective, cost-effective, in terms of reducing crime at a given level than hiring police. So I want to emphasize today the policy synergies that come from a unified approach. And I think that's really very valuable because it means that we think about these policies in a much broader way. It's not just changing income, although it does do that, but it also is giving a wider set of skills and the capabilities to people to function in society. So what I want to emphasize in this talk, and what I really want to dwell on, is the powerful role of these capabilities/skills in shaping life outcomes. And so the theme that I have is basically, and this is very important from an empirical standpoint, if we have like millions of capabilities and millions of potential skills that we might operate on, then it doesn't become very tractable as a theory. I want to argue the evidence suggests a low-dimensional set of skills, capabilities, explain a lot of diverse socioeconomic outcomes. And reductions in inequalities among those capabilities can be a powerful source of reducing inequality and promoting opportunity in society. And secondly, societies are based, in part anyway, on the way that, on the capabilities of the people. So we know that increasing the skill levels really very important. And I will show you how important. And the thing that's very, very important to keep in mind is, and we look at, and I use the word cause very deliberately, the low levels of these capabilities cause major social problems. So when we think about a unified approach to social policy, we want to think more broadly about a range of outcomes that would be achieved, more than is typical in much of the discussion about public policy on these matters. So then what I want to argue is 3 points, and I'll just go through and try to demonstrate the value. Family plays a very important role. I don't think I should emphasize that too strongly here in Israel, where the traditional Jewish family has been very, very powerful in supporting the life of the child and so forth. I just heard at lunch from Zvi about the role of the Talmud in creating success among the Jewish population in Poland in 1500, the teachings. So that's something but still something that's easily neglected. And the family itself is under change, not just in Israel, but around the world, maybe more dramatically around the world. But it's still a major question. The second point I want to emphasize, and it comes up from the discussion earlier today, and it really kind of not contradicts it, but suggests we might broaden it, is that multiple capabilities are important. There's been such an emphasis for the last 50 years about cognition as being an important component of human capability and human flourishing. And that's true, that smart people do better generally than dumb people. But it's also the case that I would say that in the last 40 or 50 years, societies and public policies have become focused almost exclusively on measures of cognition. I mean, the IQ test is 100 years old. The achievement tests that we use, like PISA scores and so forth, those go back about 80 years. But we know that more generally, successful education systems in the past emphasized a broad range of capabilities. So in some sense, the progress of science has led, in some sense, at least in education, the focus on cognition, has sometimes led to forgetting some other important aspects of human flourishing. And I want to talk about those and how we measure those. And then finally, I want to talk very briefly about what I've called, and the co-authors, the technology capability formation. How it is that these skills get formed and what we know about the timing. And this is something that I think is new, and it's exciting because it brings together work in economics, it brings together work in biology, neuroscience, and across many fields, education, sociology, and the like. So what are the 8 recent lessons that I would talk about from the recent literature on creating skills? Let me just give you what they are, just to broadly, very crudely. First of all, multiple skills. Multiple skills matter. I can't emphasize that enough. Non-cognitive skills, social and emotional skills, health. We know at an intuitive level they're important. What we've come to understand in terms of prediction and even interpretation, causality, is that understanding the multiplicity of skills, when those skills are formed, how they interact and how they help create further skills, that's a huge issue to recognize, that it's more than just having a high PISA score or having a high IQ that matters. In the US anyway, when we study it, variations in IQ among individuals explain 4 to 5% of the variance in income over the lifetime. It's a small part of the story. Long ago, John House had a paper about looking at IQ effects on earnings in Sweden, and the title was something like, if you're so smart, how come you're not rich? And I think that's the kind of obvious point. So that's the first point I want to emphasize. Secondly, there are substantial gaps in skills. And those gaps in skills emerge relatively early in life. They widen in some cases, and they're very important. And they are important contributors to inequality, at least in performance in society. The third part, and this is really very, very important when we think about skills, is understanding the dynamics of skill formation. In many quarters, I doubt it's I don't think it's no longer kind of widely accepted, but many places and many even intellectual environments, and I know that even in the Obama White House as recently as 3 or 4 years ago, there were these books, these popular books that received a certain salience that were providing a notion that genetics played a major role in shaping skills, that basically heritability still plays a major role in thinking of many people. About 20 years ago, there was a book called The Bell Curve by Charles Murray and Herrnstein and Murray, and they basically were, in the end, arguing that genetics still played a powerful role in explaining abilities and in shaping inequality in society. And the one thing we've learned, and I think we've learned it very well, is, of course, that any of these skills, even including IQ, and certainly things we measure by achievement tests and these social and emotional skills, they have a heritable component. That heritability factor varies depending greatly on the family environments that individuals grow up in, but they can be created. So there's a scope for social policy. That's the third lesson that I think we want to take from this. And the fourth lesson is something which is emerging. I mean, from biological studies on animals, like rats and mice and so forth, where you can actually do laboratory experiments, to more recent work on human populations where we have conducted experiments with long-term follow-ups. We have found evidence, I think, that's consistent with work in neuroscience and in other fields outside of economics and ordinary social science, of what you want to know as critical and sensitive periods. That there really is, like a time and a place for everything, to quote the Bible, and there really is a sense that there really are critical periods, even critical periods. Unless intervention or stimulation is given, it can lead to permanent consequences. An extreme example, for example, is iron deficiency. If somebody grows up at a very young age and does not have iron or, for that matter, vitamin A, those can lead to impairments. In the case of iron, low IQ. That's very difficult. We know that insalts like lead, when applied early on, very difficult to remove in terms of impairing the IQ. But in a positive note, we also know that in the early years, the first decade or so of life, malleability, things like IQ, is very high. I mean, there's a lot of room for training and growth. But we also, and for other skills like social and emotional skills, there's malleability that seems to occur even in later life, into the late teenage, young adult years. And that, again, roughly corresponds to work in neuroscience about the prefrontal cortex slowly emerging. So we know, and many social practices are based around that, but we can now get better evidence on it. But the role of the family is critical. I mean, it's critical, and understanding how the family works is an ongoing research frontier. We think we know it. We have a lot of intuitive understanding. But as the family changes and the nature of family life changes, then the nature of how the society might adapt to those changes in family life to still guarantee, or at least give promise to the children of those families, I think has to adapt. And I think that's an important lesson. So understanding the family and its powerful role. And this is where I would actually go and maybe contradict the notion. We talked a lot about measuring money and so forth. But I think if you look historically and also from some of the evidence about what so-called successful families in terms of the outcomes of their children, that money, obviously at an extreme level of extreme starvation, resources matter. But parenting plays an important role. And it's something that we typically take off the public policy table. And we've understood it, and we understood how we might actually supplement parenting. So I won't talk about that. But I don't want to start with this notion that everything is over at the early years, that it's only the first few years of life. Those years are very important. They build the base for what comes. But it's also the case, especially I mentioned the slowly developing prefrontal cortex, the emergence of social and personal skills throughout the life of an individual, that the structure is suggesting that even in the adolescent years, even in the young adult years, there are ways to change and ways to affect intervention. But the interesting thing is, if you look closely at what the successful interventions are, they're kind of age-adapted parenting. It's parenting. I mean, so Dennis Robertson, has this great quotation years ago that what is it that economics economizes on? What's the fundamental thing we economize? Love. Because, basically, altruism is not a good way to organize modern society. You go to the marketplace, you're not going to, altruistically make exchanges and think too much of a merchant who's selling you an apple or something. But we know that love, especially in the early years, and this kind of parenting and mentoring throughout the lifetime plays a huge role. And that's more than just kind of a vague statement. We can actually have evidence. I'll show you some evidence on that. And then, when we get more deeply and think about what the parenting is, a lot of economists, and I would argue educators too, have a model of what parent-child relationships should be. And some of the model even consists of kind of, here are the children, and here's the teacher, and I'm lecturing to you, and you're listening. But that's not a real model of education. The real model of education is adapting to the individuals, what some child development psychologists call scaffolding. And so the development of interactions and understanding that what's going on is a relationship between the parent and the child, that's a huge area both of research and of public policy. And so And then I can't help but conclude that the early investments that lay the base are extremely important. So let me just, how much time do I have left? Oh, great. Okay, so I'll give you some evidence about this instead of just making statements. So the first thing I really want to emphasize, and this is an ongoing research area, is understanding the importance of cognition, character, and health. It is something that I think it's ignored in thinking about evaluating schools. You know, it's natural. I mean, all empirical social sciences or sciences fix on standard measurements, taking those measurements over time, interpreting them, very important. But I think we've come to understand we need a more general measurement system, and there's one that's under development right now. So I'll just cite, this is a little bit of self-citation, but it's something you can download from OECD. OECD, the very group that has promoted the PISA score in the last 20, 30 years, has recently now recognized the importance of non-cognitive skills. So you can go to the website. I wrote this with Tim Couts and these other co-authors, international group, where we're trying to look at the structure of what cognitive and non-cognitive skills are to promote lifetime success. We review the evidence, and we find substantial evidence of this success, and we then review a number of interventions across the life cycle that are effective. So you might find that a useful reference, but it's a free download. But here's some examples that are just giving you some idea. And this is very crude, very aggregated. So what I'm doing here is putting, looking at various measures of outcomes. These are adult outcomes using child measures. So if you ask, for example, and you come up on a standardized scale of cognitive and non-cognitive skills, and you move from the left to the right, you're basically moving up in the distribution. And so there's been a huge literature, this blue curve. Herrnstein himself wrote a book about IQ and the meritocracy, and also about crime and the relationship between IQ and crime. That's what this relationship shows. More intelligent people either commit less crime or get away with it more easily. Yeah, either way, that's how to interpret this. But also, if we come up with measures of non-cognitive skills, we find a very sharp gradient. And so I'll just show you a few other figures. If you look at teenage pregnancy, using the same measures of these skills. This is not us cooking up a measure for each graph. We have hundreds of these graphs, and I promise you I won't show you all 100, but they're in some of the papers. So here, for example, if we look at schooling and who graduates from high school, we see this is the multivariate graph, and you can see there's a nonlinear relationship. But if you look at the marginals, fixing the others at the mean, then what you find is you move from the bottom to the top. Both cognitive and non-cognitive skills are very predictive of who graduates high school, who graduates college. So these are and you can go through a number of outcomes. And I'm not going to show you all of those, but I can give you similar graphs. And we have in a series of papers a lot of graphs showing all of these outcomes. So in that sense, what I'm suggesting is if we build this skill base, what we find is a large number of beneficial outcomes, including improvement in trust, employment, wages, reduced depression, enhanced self-esteem, reduced smoking behavior, improved white-collar employment. This is all U.S. data, and it means it's conditional on the incentives that are in the U.S. system. That's the first point, the multiple skills. The second is one that's really important that people, only recently did we really have the data to understand. So here I'm drawing on a study from a child development expert, Jeannie Brooks-Gunn at Columbia University. And here what you see is a graph, which won't surprise anybody if you look at the right side. This is telling you cognitive scores by mother's education. So if you look at mothers who are high school graduates, who are college graduates or higher, then you can see that their children generally have higher test scores than those who have some college. They're children of just high school graduates and high school dropouts. But these are, again, American data. And what's interesting is that the gaps that are there at age 18, which more or less affect college going, are more or less there at age 5. And that's the important thing. And it's there actually at age 3. You can't measure these things reliably. And if you look at measures of social and emotional skills, it's in reverse order, so it's a little confusing. This is antisocial behavior, and it's in reverse order. But what you find is the gaps you find at 12 years of age are more or less there at 14, And the kids from the more advantaged environments are much better off in terms of these skills. But schools, which in America are quite unequal, are actually producing substantial differences, not really changing the gaps all that much. So how do you interpret the evidence? If you see a gap like this emerging, and if this were like 100 years ago, and you were a member of the Eugenics Society, you would immediately say, okay, this is genes, right? I looked at the mother, I looked at the child, they transmit the genes, and that smart kids, smart parents have smart kids, and they have a lot of income and education. So what the modern understanding has come to, we've really parsed this much more. I'm not saying it's fully resolved. It's an ongoing research area, and there is a powerful role for genetics. I mean, on average, the heritabilities that are computed are about 50%, if you know the ACE model, but it varies a lot. Family environments, though, we've investigated, and they play a huge role. Parenting and family decisions as part of family environments are really very important, and neighborhood and community effects, which are less researched, but we think there's evidence for. I'm not going to present a lot of evidence on it, but it's evidence that's starting to emerge. I can't help but show one graph, which I find very interesting, because there's still a notion of resilience among the notion that genetics plays a powerful role. And so here's a graph that's very old now, 10 years old, 11 years old, which actually tells you something about identical twins. Even economists who are supposedly quite sophisticated have thought, well, if we have identical twins, they have identical DNA, we should be able to sort of control for all the evidence of family influence and so forth. But it's not true. And this graph, you can see, is just pairs of DNA material from identical twins, the left side and the right side. These are two different people. And these aren't the same people. These are identical twins, different parts of the genome at age 3 and different parts at age 50. And the differential coloration is a measure of what's called gene expression. And what that differential coloration suggests, genes do nothing by themselves. They only operate through their expression. And so as experience is accumulated, we can see that the gene expressions actually change. And so this has been replicated. This is in human populations. In animal populations, there are literally thousands of studies that show the powerful role. And here, of course, you have Eva Blanca working on aspects of this here at Tel Aviv University. It's very important work. And I will skip this because I am running out of time. But genes do play a role in the sense that certain environments and certain genes predispose. But I should skip that. So what do we know about the crucial role of mothering and mentoring? And this is family, parent-child interactions. Now this is, again, I'm giving you very standard evidence, and many of these graphs are just very traditional. Books are written about each one of these graphs. So there's a 30 million word gap, which is based on this particular table, which is based on work by Hart and Risley some 20 years ago. But what this shows is just looking at family environments. And not only looking, so if you look, for example, of the status of children, the background of children, welfare being the lowest status in terms of the resources available to the family, and the professional being college graduates and so forth. What you see is that each hour that the child is with the family, that there's an enormous gap. Here we see 600 words per hour from the disadvantaged children, relatively disadvantaged children, to almost 2,200 words per hour for the advantaged children. And it's more than just the number of words read. It also is a very real difference in the parenting styles. And this is something which actually is not fully appreciated. So in some families, especially disadvantaged families, and I'm sure it's true in Israel, I know it's true in the United States, that basically what you see is sometimes prohibitions. Don't do this, don't do that. And whereas if you look at Woody Allen movies, just the opposite, at least of the traditional Jewish family. So the point is that no, but this is a serious issue. And some of this involves knowledge, and some of it involves parenting practices. And this leads to substantial differences and so forth. And you can see there's a lot of evidence on this. I don't have time. But I will point out that the family itself, the nuclear family, is under stress. This is from America, where actually we're finding that close to 40% of all children, 30% are living with a single parent. And the single biggest growth factor is single parent families, where the father's never been present. Now, this is a controversial discussion. If you were in Northern Europe, you know, where the cohabitation is very common, and there's a lot of stable cohabitating arrangements, then that family arrangement is not necessarily a bad structure, although it remains to really be studied fully. But in the United States, a lot of these families are not only low-income families, they're situations where the mother is a teenage mother, she's not very advanced, she's down in the bottom of that graph that I showed earlier. So a lot of American children, anyway, are growing up in what are considered now a growing fraction of these kids are growing up in families where they get less stimulation, which we can show has a huge effect. So around the world, people get surprised. In Chile, like 50% of all kids are born out of wedlock. Mexico, it's like 55%. These are traditional Catholic countries, but they still have a huge role. And here, what I'm showing is in the United States. So there are strong class gaps about teenage pregnancy. We know that among the advantage, we heard earlier today and over the symposium the last few days about how the more advantaged parents are marrying, more educated parents are marrying. There's a greater sorting on education. At the same time, two earners in the family, so those families have more income, and they're reading to the child. And now if you look at a measure of time input, you will see that the more educated families, which are doing very well by those graphs that we saw, so there's a real income growth there, in addition are spending more time investing with their children. And that's even the case where, give me 10 minutes, okay? Okay, so I probably should show you a few more graphs. In Israel, it's less of an issue, but it's growing. And among some of the disadvantaged populations, it's substantial. So how are skills created? There's a dynamics of skill formation. This comes out of a standard model of investment. So I'll just show you a schematic. This is just basically a simple graph, just showing how these different skills cross-fertilize each other. And they do so in a dynamic way. But two ideas that are very important to separate. In economics, we think a lot about this notion of complementarity. The more you have of one input, then generally speaking, and at least in a lot of areas, the more productive is another input to go with it, okay? So having a high level of one kind of skill boosts productivity of other skills. That by itself could be a socially disequalizing notion, that if you really thought about it, it could lead to a form of social Darwinism, saying, well, look, some kids have a probably pretty good start. By 18, there's some big gaps. I showed you the gaps. So on a purely economically efficient basis, it would be better to invest in the high-skilled kids than the low-skilled kids. That's been the traditional argument. But that argument misses a key point. And that is the notion of dynamic complementarity. And this is where economic dynamics plays a very powerful role. And what it's suggesting is, sure, it's true what I just said, that more productive. So we know that the rate of return to children who are very highly motivated and have very high levels of IQ can be as high as 22, 25% in terms of a year of college. Huge, huge returns. But what we also know, and what the modern literature has shown, is the dynamics of skill formation. And so what happens is that even though you have that complementarity that suggests investing more in the advantage, you can build the skills of the disadvantage. And in fact, it can be shown that under certain conditions, which I think are empirically satisfied, if you invest more today, there's a huge return because you build a skill base to capitalize on that later stage complementarity. So we call it dynamic complementarity. And this comes out of there's an argument, a formal argument I won't present, but nonetheless there's evidence that supports it. And so what this suggests is that even though kids may start off very poorly, there are real gains, especially because of the critical and sensitive periods early in life to investing in the early years. It builds the skill base, and you can actually get higher returns for investing in the disadvantaged. But society typically, when it treats the disadvantaged, waits until problems occur, okay? So dynamic complementarity increases with age, and that gives rise to an interesting dynamics where the skill base If you promote the skill base now precisely because it percolates over the whole life cycle, you're going to exploit that complementarity and lead to high economic gain. So there could really be very low, almost no, there's still a tax cost, but there's less of a trade-off between equity and efficiency. What's socially fair can also be economically efficient. So, and then there's also an alternative solution, which is we should only wait for problems to appear. And that's a legitimate concern. So if you start making investments and against things in inefficient ways, then you could argue, well, maybe we should wait till 18. We don't attack crime early on. What we do is we attack it when the kid commits a crime at 17. And in some sense, you know you have a criminal and you catch him and incarcerate. But the question always is, how well can we target and advance where the children are vulnerable, who the disadvantaged targeted children would be? And the answer is, at least in this area, we have a pretty good knowledge base to suggest that targeting early on can be efficient. And later life remediation is less effective. And I mentioned earlier, can I have 5 more minutes? 5 more minutes? Exactly. You've heard of the self-renewing flame, right? So I will keep, the oil will keep pouring forth. So, okay, so no, I'll finish up, but I just want to, but I don't want to leave the notion that it's only early childhood. Early childhood is very important. And if you look at most societies adapt the strategy of saying, let's treat the problem once it appears. And what I'm suggesting is we're starting to get enough knowledge that we can actually prevent the problem and do so effectively. But, knowledge still has to be acquired. So early life conditions are not the full story. Resilience, and in fact, that OECD report, we document a number of interventions that turn out to be effective for adolescent children. And what they are essentially is providing parenting, age-adapted parenting. Okay. So I would argue that investment properly named is mentoring, emotional support, and scaffolding. So I will, I guess I don't really have time to go through some of the other evidence. So talk about the determinants of education. Let me just show you some small amount of evidence on interventions and their impacts. And one I cannot resist is a program I've investigated, and I'm still investigating now. It's a preschool program. Children were randomized in a suburb of Detroit 50 years ago. They were all African American. They were chosen to be low IQ. The children received what is apparently a modest supplement. And the modest supplement is like 2.5 hours a day, 5 days a week, 2 years during the school year, and received home visits. But the program stopped after the kids are entering kindergarten. Now what's interesting, the curriculum was not sort of teaching baby Einstein or having them solve math problems. What it was actually having the kids come in every day, plan a task, do the task, and review the task. And they visited with the parents. And if you look at what the outcomes were, and I really will stop, so don't worry, I will stop eventually. It was scaffolding the children. So it's kind of individual attention, but it wasn't cognitively focused per se. What you found actually, and this is something that really percolated around the world, some 40 years ago, you found this with Head Start, that the treatment group had a high IQ, then it faded relative to the control. The control caught up. And so people said this is a failure. But the failure was the inability to realize that other dimensions of human success are required. We randomly assign these kids when they're 50 years ago, and now they're 50 years old. And now we can follow what did they do over their lifetimes. And yet it turns out if you look at the rate of return adjusted for costs of public funds, so it's including the welfare cost of taxation, you're getting a rate of return of 7 to 10% per annum. And the main channel was through these social and emotional skills, something completely neglected. So it's an interesting case when you think about fade out. So anyway, the mechanism is through social and emotional skills. And I will just say that when we actually followed another project, which we're still also following now until age 45, a group where we started even earlier, IQ was actually boosted in a lasting way. You had lasting gains in IQ. And what was totally unexpected was that there were health benefits. Why? Because these people had greater self-control. They listened, they took medical advice, and so the treatment group, again, randomly assigned, has much better measures. And we're actually converting this, we have converted this, into a rate of return. So if you include the health benefits, you're getting like 11 to 13% per annum as a rate of return. So I should just say that the mechanisms by which this works primarily and how these programs are actually operating isn't just so much working with the kid, that's part of it, but it's also changing the parent who stays with the kid. And it's that kind of scaffolding and recognizing it's a program not just for kids, but for parents. Parents are there for a lot longer time. And that's been a kind of a neglected dimension. So I really should stop. Although there's a lot of interesting stuff I could talk about. But I do want to say in terms of Professor Fisman's report, we have looked at this question about nutrition. Everybody's worried about nutrition. And I have a map similar to his, probably the same map, about stunting, okay? And so there have been a lot of studies that have been done exactly to supply nutritional supplements to avoid stunting. And what's interesting about these is work done by Sally Grantham McGregor. I've done some work with her and so forth. So we have a lot of issues about vitamin A deficiencies and so forth. But when we studied an intervention that was given in Jamaica that was primarily given to improve the nutrition to avoid stunting, the only effective arm of that intervention, the one you see in the middle, the one that brought the stunted kids back to normal, was one that, not the one that just gave them nutrition, but gave them nutrition plus parental stimulation. And it turned out the parental stimulation arm was extremely important. That was only 14 months. We followed these kids to age 22, and we, in a report we had in Science a couple years ago, we get huge wage gains, 22% increase in wages. So anyway, I should stop and thank you for your patience. But I do think this is a very challenging area, and I think it feeds into the discussion earlier. But I'd also agree completely that you need to get the right incentives. Now, Cuba has actually very high levels of some of these cognitive and non-cognitive skills. They invest heavily in early childhood. But we know the Cuban economy is not doing too well. So there are other issues that matter. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Heckman. I'm sorry I'm the witch with the watch and that I need to stick on timetable. I think it is fascinating, and I think that everything you said could be a beginning of a whole symposium. And many of the things we are going to talk about in the next hour or so are based on what you have said. And it is my pleasure now to invite Professor Manuel Trachtenberg, who is a professor at the Eitan Berglas School of Economics in our university, also a member in the Knesset, the parliament, and I needed this symposium to spend time and talk with him and find out that actually we share the same interest about early childhood and the importance of education. And I think maybe, Manuel, you'll take Professor Heckman with you to the Knesset, and that will help to promote your idea on early childhood. So please come.
Okay, let me start by saying that it's a great pleasure to be here with you. And in particular, it's a great pleasure to have some public. You see, in the Knesset, typically when we talk, there's nobody. And secondly, to have your attention for a few minutes. I mean, typically, if there is somebody in the Knesset, you know, they don't pay attention. So it's a real pleasure to be here. I think I will have a hard time convincing you that I didn't prepare the presentation in coordination with Jim. It was done independently. But you will find that there are many points of, what's happening to the sound? The sound. Okay? No? Okay? Maybe. Okay. Fine. No? All right. So I think my voice carries through, right? Okay. So what I would like to do is to present, I was asked to talk about the promise and limits of social policies. I guess that because of my current position, they expect me to talk about the limits. But I will try to convince you that there are some promises too to social policies. Let me start with a very brief review. Since Second World War, we have made tremendous strides in terms of social policies, but with ups and downs. It hasn't been a linear ascension. And it started all in the early 1940s with the Beveridge Report, which in the UK would essentially set the stage for what we call the welfare state. And many, many of the elements that we take for granted today were essentially structured back then in the Beveridge Report. This is this leap forward in the 1960s with Johnson's Great Society, the war on poverty, and a series of social rights that were legislated at the time. Again, we take them for granted. But there was a big reaction, a counteroffensive, if you wish, in the 1980s with Reagan, with Thatcher, essentially going to a reduction of government, a reduction of taxes, against the unions, privatization, a restriction of the welfare state, etc. And that had a very, very strong impact on policies. And then there is, in the 1990s, earlier on in the US and then in the UK and so forth, what we call the New Labour, which was an attempt essentially to reconcile the principles of the welfare state with the market economy in a more, sort of in a way that will recognize the problem of incentives and so forth and so on. And then we have again a reaction, if you wish, with the neoliberal kind of presidency of Bush and in the UK, Brown and Cameron, etc. So ups and downs, but it's not going back. I mean, essentially, every time there is a recognition that some of the gains of the welfare state are there to stay, but you should try to adapt to a changing environment. And then we get hit by the economic crisis in 2008. And essentially what happens is that the world goes into a turmoil because of the crisis, the macro aspects of it, and it takes a while for social protests to erupt. And that happens in 2011. We see it in many countries, including in Israel. And it's sort of a reaction saying, okay, we got over the worst part of the crisis, now what? And that question is still hanging there, because essentially we have been stuck with very serious problems that at present don't have clear solutions. So, there is a big disappointment with growth as a panacea, because, the extent to which it trickles down is very limited. Look at the US, the lowest quintile, essentially their standard of living has not changed for 30 years, and so forth. Inequality has regained a major place in the discussion, particularly, not just the Gini, but in particular the 100th or the 1000th upper percentile, not percentile, but, and the persistence of poverty in certain segments, social mobility, Jim talked about that. Youth unemployment has become a persistent, huge issue, but in Europe. When you're talking about 50% of youth unemployment in Spain, persistent, when you're talking in France of near a third, and so forth. This is not just a blip or a cyclical problem. And you're talking about a whole generation that, unemployment is not just the lack of work. I mean, the fact that, you get de-skilled if you have any skills. And so it's going to be it's a time bomb for the next 20, 30 years. And aging again, without a kind of a pension system that can accommodate retirement age, et cetera, et cetera. So these are the issues that are on the table, and we don't have very clear solutions to them. And what's really disappointing And I'm saying that particularly with respect to my previous profession, to economics. There is not much of new thinking or prescriptions that you say, well, if only I could adopt them, okay, that will do the trick, and I will have a way of responding to these persistent, deep issues that we have. Essentially, there is a statement. I mean, the fiscal and monetary policy stuck. Austerity, zero interest rates. We require the government to do more, but there is a fear of big government, and nobody's willing. I'm not saying that they should do that, but I'm saying, the big government is no longer a solution. Okay, taxation again. There are limits to it. Redistribution, globalization, and technical change is typically blamed for part of it, at least. And it's very hard to know how to deal with it without throwing the baby with the bath water. And there is resistance of reform in Europe, which is very, very problematic. So there is a sense of discontent, no trust in the system. I think without entering into politics, that the phenomenon of Trump and Sanders is an expression of that. Huge issues, okay, and essentially no policy response to it that will give hope and say, okay, if we only stick to that, okay, it will be okay. And it's really amazing when you think about the phenomenon of Trump and Sanders, and I think reflects to a large extent that. Okay, and there is not only that, but also we recognize limits on the effectiveness of government. So suppose that we have the correct policies. Can the government deliver? Is the government capable as an institution of doing the things that we consider them to be right? Well, it's really getting very tough. I mean, whenever we try to solve one problem by increasing regulation, the regulation piles up, and it becomes in itself an issue, okay? And also there is this attempt by the government, to play this game, if you wish, this cat and mouse game, I call it, with the vested interests, with businesses, et cetera, et cetera. You do like that, then I will do this to prevent that, but then you find a way to overcome, and I need a further measure to counteract, and so forth. It becomes kind of a game that in the end, it's not clear whether anybody wins. The government machinery has become very unyielding, ineffective. I can tell you about that from first hand. And also, democracy can at times be messy because, there are lots of stakeholders and they want a voice, sometimes legitimate, sometimes less so. Populism is raising its ugly head in virtually every country, and it's very hard to face it. And also the issue of short horizons, which I'm going to come back to it, which has always been an issue, but it's becoming more of an issue for many reasons, and it's very hard to implement long-term policies like the ones that Jim is advocating when you have very, very short horizons. So I'm a representative of the dismal signs, that things are bad and you hold your breath, it's going to be worse. No, I'm not like that. We need a novel approach to socioeconomic policy. We need to aim not at growth per se, but at inclusive growth. And we need to retool the government and adapt it to the digital world. You need really to revolutionize the way that government makes policy and implements policy. So yeah, all that is kind of, big aims. I'm going to be much more focused, limited, and modest. Okay, within that context, what can we aim at? What can we try to do? So I'm going to focus on three sort of gradients of action, of policy. One is to focus, and what's common about these three is that, as Jim was sort of suggesting, the focus is on people, not on kind of policies per se, not on institutions per se, not on money, not on transfers, on people. And it sounds obvious, but believe it's not. So the first is to focus on occupations, and in particular on fast-growing occupations. and I will explain in a moment. The second is to indeed focus on early childhood, which is the key for true equality of opportunity, and therefore it impinges on everything that follows: inequality and youth unemployment, and you mentioned. And my field in academia is clinical change and so forth. I want to focus on human enhancing innovations as opposed to automation and so forth. Of course, I will do very little of each, and in particular, I have no time. So let me try to go fast. So in terms of occupations, when you look at the composition of the labor force, this is a projection done by the BLS for the US, how the workforce is going to look in terms of big sectors. It's clear that the fastest growing, by far, the fastest growing sector in the US in terms of occupations, not sector, occupations, by sectors, it's services, and within services, it's what we call healthcare and social assistance. Okay, that's projected to grow by 14%, okay, and it's a big chunk in absolute numbers. So the number of new workers that are going to be employed there is like something like 4 million, and the others are also in services, in other services, okay? So when you think of doing something about, how the workforce is going to look like, okay, bear that in mind, because that's the key. Okay, and what's so peculiar about this is that most of the workers in healthcare and social assistance need no formal education and have very low wages. So if we let it go like this without intervening, okay, you are going to have more and more workers, okay, that will be at the bottom of the pyramid, and sort of in terms of inequality and so forth, the result is quite obvious. So what do we need to do? So what we need to do is to upgrade the occupations. So I was struck by this example of what happened with nursing, with nurses. In 1945, the wages of nurses were lower by 1/3 than the wages of female workers in textiles, in the garment industry, which is about the bottom of the bottom. Okay, it's unbelievable. In 1964, Congress passed the Nurse Training Act, and what it did is to upgrade the curriculum in a dramatic way. It required academic degrees, and in a process of 2-3 decades, okay, salaries went up, the status of nurses went up, etc. Now they are well paid in the US. They function very effectively in hospitals and in clinics, and there's more specialization, etc. Okay, and given that the number of nurses has increased enormously because of the emphasis on health, this is very significant. It has even macro implications. And also medical innovation, by the way, have contributed to that. So the point is that you need to do is it's a process of professionalization of large occupations, and then you will change the nature of these occupations. And in particular, you need comprehensive policies, training requirements. You need to provide for academic infrastructure for that. And you need to expose them to STI, to science, technology, and innovation. So let me go to early childhood education, because I'm going to talk about it and those that work into it as one example of professionalizing that. So by early childhood education, I mean from birth to age 6, but in particular from birth to age 3. Most of it is done in a very informal way to this day. Nannies, private childcare that are unregulated completely. Those that work in it is very low pay, if at all, little education required. This is what I call diaper care. Okay, just bring somebody to change the diapers, and that's what you call a child education. And so there's this huge volume of research. You've seen at the tip of the iceberg in the previous slide, in the previous presentation by Jim Heckman, that it's beyond doubt that early childhood is the most important stage in life. It will determine your future. You have seen that, some of the slides, okay? And so when you talk about equality of opportunity, this is it. This is it. It determines who you are going to be, how successful you're going to be, etc. So clearly, with the backing of that research, we can say that the most important challenge today in that respect is to invert the pyramid. Okay, the pyramid meaning how much we invest in education and where. Okay, and right now we invest very little at the very early stages, and we invest a lot more and more as ages go up. Okay, in terms of the, if you wish, the economics of it, it has to be reversed in terms of the returns to what we do. Okay, that's very clear. Now, I won't go through this. It's clear, you know, you have plenty of that. I will stress, though, that you need comprehensive policies. It's not just, you know, making an experiment here, an intervention there. Comprehensive policies is the key. You need to professionalize early childhood education or care, okay? Otherwise, it won't work. You know, the people that have to do it, beyond the parents, and I'm going to say something about the parents in a moment, need to be trained accordingly. So if you do that, then you have what they call a double hit. Why? Because the professionalization of early childhood care, and there are many people doing that, will in itself reduce inequality in the medium run, and then in the long run, okay, those children will enjoy equality of opportunity, and therefore reduce inequality in the future, and so forth. Okay, so what happens, and very briefly, in Israel? Well, you know, following the 2011 protest, the report of the commission, etc., we have now a free and universal education for children 3 and 4, but that was just the beginning. Okay, you need to, again, to professionalize those that do that, the workers. We don't have qualified personnel, we have too many kids per class, etc., etc. So it's just the beginning of what had to happen. But from birth to 3, there is no policy in Israel. Nada. Okay, essentially what we have is, you know, one minister does this, the other minister does that, and it's really a disaster in terms of split responsibilities, no coherent policies, lack of continuity, etc. I'm not going to go through all that, you know it. Okay, so what we propose is to make a big push forward in this field. And it's essentially, it's almost like an experiment from an international perspective, because, you know, we want to set up what we call an early childhood council in the Ministry of Education, under the ministry and not in the bureaucracy of the ministry, that will be responsible for budgeting and planning child care from birth to 6, including parenting, and it's indeed incredibly important. And we'll be able to set the priorities, etc., long-term plans. The idea comes from the body that I was in charge before, from VATAT, from the higher education system, that we have something like that. Of course, we need to transfer the daycare centers, but that's a minor issue right now. And it's not only that. We want to, and we are working on that, on planning integral early childhood centers, one-stop shop centers for children in that bracket that will essentially include everything. Okay, so the parent will be able, the parents will be able to go there to be trained and to be given information and so forth, and also to take care of the other aspects, be it health or welfare or whatnot. And by the way, this has very strong implications for urban design. And let me say the following. In Israel, we are now starting to build an enormous amount of new dwellings because of the crisis in housing. In 10 years, we are going to build something like 500,000 new apartments, okay? Most of them for new families. So, you know, make the computation in your head in terms of the number of children that are going to be in new urban neighborhoods or whatever. And so what do we do or don't do now in terms of these the daycare centers, or not daycare centers, these early childhood centers, Merkazim Lagil Arach in Hebrew, will really have profound implications for the future of that generation and also for how an urban center in Israel will look like. I strongly believe that we can be pioneers in that field because of many reasons. I don't have time to expose that, but there is a good chance that we can do it. So I will skip this because there is no time. This is a whole issue. It's different. So let me just put the slide, but then no time for this. So let me say the following, because this is, the promise and limits of social policy. Essentially, we have reached an impasse in social policies. I tried to describe that before, but let me even say the following further than that. Because there are no new ideas around, or because the politicians don't really want to hear, to listen to new ideas, we fall back on the old arguments. So to increase or not to increase child allowances, to increase or not to increase in employment benefits. It's really, this is the 1990s at best, okay? We don't look forward. One of the huge obstacles to implement new ideas is that these sort of policies that are the ones I am advocating here are by definition very long term. What you do or don't do, and you have shown, Jim, what happens, 50 years afterwards, okay? What you do or don't do have long-term impacts. Politicians are measured by what happens in the Twitter the day after they announce a policy, okay? And that's not only in Israel. That's a general phenomenon. So the big challenge is how to reconcile implementing policies that, in order for them to be effective, they have to be construed from the beginning as long-term policies, okay, with long-term effects that are not seen right away, and how to reconcile that with the political clock that is becoming more and more impatient. It's a huge issue. I will say on the optimistic side that one of the reasons I think we can nevertheless implement some of these policies is because they cut across the political spectrum. You see, a child is a child is a child. And in Israel, a Haredi child is a child as much as an Arab child, as much as a Jewish child in northern Tel Aviv. And we are really pushing for that, to form wide coalitions that cut across the political spectrum. This is one example. I'm thinking of other policies as well, many of them related to skilling, in particular for those that don't go to academia later on, okay? The market for skill formation is changing in front of us. And we in academia are not adapting quickly enough to that change, okay? So there is a lot to do. There is a lot to do in terms of coalition formation. But I will conclude with the following. I cannot overstate the tremendous importance that the kind of work that Jim is leading and others have for policy formation. The number of times, and there are people here that have seen me in many occasions. You can see some of the faces here. The number of times that I took the liberty of appealing to your reputation in order to promote these kind of policies in the Knesset, in the government, and in public occasions. This is academia at its best, if I might say so, at least in economics, okay? When you do the most serious work, and I don't know how many people here know, but Professor Heckman made his fame originally as an econometrician, in methodology, in empirical research, in tools. But can he deploy it in areas that have tremendous importance for our lives? So in conclusion, what I want to say is that Jim is an example, in my view, of both being first-rate Prize Nobel academician and having a tremendous impact on what our life can be in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We trust you will do some of our work in the Knesset and maybe help changing things. I would like to invite now Professor Idit Weiss-Gal, and Idit is from our Bob Chappell School of Social Work. She has just been elected to be the head of the School of Social Work, and Idit works with policy, practice policy, and she will share with us some of her idea. Idit, please.
Why so many people leaving? Okay. So I'd like to begin by congratulating the 3 prize winners. I'd also like to express my appreciation to the organizers of the Dan David Prize, who choose to award this year's prizes, among others, for research into combating poverty. At the Bob Chappell School of Social Work, where I teach, we have always given a central place to the problem of poverty. Most social work service users are people living in poverty. Even though poverty is usually not the immediate reason that they become social work service users, it is very much there, both creating and reinforcing a wide range of personal and social problems. In my talk today, I will address the question, what is the role of street-level professionals, that is, of those who implement social policy by providing direct services in the creation of policies aimed at combating poverty? My focus will be on social workers, but most of the points I will make may also apply to other street-level professionals, such as teachers, doctors, or nurses. I am aware that social workers are often viewed as professionals who help persons to rise out of poverty through individual intervention, or who primarily engage in the implementation of policies. However, I want to argue that social workers may, should, and indeed some already do, play a major role in every stage of the anti-poverty policy formation process. This argument rests on the conviction that a unique combination of social work's professional ethics and the social workers' position as frontline service providers makes social workers essential policy actors. It is also based on a growing body of evidence from empirical research, some of it my own. Whether or not the populations that social workers serve are officially defined as people living in poverty, for all practical purposes, many of social work service users do live in poverty. As a result, almost wherever they work, whether in a local welfare department, probation service, a hospital, a service for children at risk, or a center for the treatment of domestic violence, social workers engage closely with people living in poverty. They thus become highly familiar with life in poverty and with its wide-ranging implications for the individual, the family, and the community. Moreover, since social workers are professionals who implement social policies, they have considerable knowledge of how the policies actually work and whom the policies benefit and whom they do not. They are aware as to whether and how policies are actually implemented and both the positive and negative consequences of these social policies. Neither policymakers themselves, nor academics or the public have this twofold knowledge, both of what it is to live in poverty and of the actual effects of the policies that intended to reduce its detrimental consequences. Broadly speaking, there are three routes by which social workers can influence policy due to their unique position, knowledge, and values. These are involvement in the public discourse, active participation in policy formation processes, and in the course of policy implementation in their daily practice at the point of service delivery. Let me now elaborate on each of these routes. With respect to public discourse, social workers can and should help to create and maintain a public discussion of poverty and of people living in poverty, which is based on understanding of what it means to live in poverty and is free of erroneous generalizations, stereotypes, and victim blaming. This public discourse is crucial for developing effective policies to combat poverty. Policymakers, professionals, and bureaucrats, as well as academics and the public in general, know much too little about the day-to-day implications of living in poverty. There is too little knowledge about the day-to-day realities of living in poverty and about how these realities are actually experienced. Similarly, the feelings or the daily struggles of people living in poverty or about how they cope with very limited resources are unacknowledged. Nor are most members of society aware of how people in poverty experience being constantly subjected to judgment, rejection, blame, and social stigma, or what obstacles such treatment puts in the way of their coping with poverty. It is difficult to fully appreciate how people living in poverty often feel ashamed, guilt-ridden, and frustrated. It is hard to fully grasp that living in poverty entails a constant struggle, every day, every hour, not only to survive, but also to preserve one's dignity and self-respect. Many people seldom realize how difficult it is for people living in poverty to attain their entitlements, whether because of their lack of symbolic capital or because the bureaucrats who dispense entitlements do not always view people living in poverty as citizens with full rights. Indeed, for the most part, it is hard to grasp that living in poverty is actually a full-time occupation. People in poverty are required to constantly engage with one bureaucracy or another, the Social Security Office, the Housing Ministry, the Water Authority, the local municipality, the children's school, or whatever. This lack of close knowledge of the daily life of people living in poverty, coupled with the predominant neoliberal ideology, fosters a discourse on poverty that is often characterized by distorted and one-dimensional images. People living in poverty are often perceived as people who don't try hard enough and who don't know how to budget their expenses, to raise their children, to set priorities, or to make the right decisions. This discourse makes very little reference to the obstacles that our social structures place in the way of those who struggle with poverty. It ignores the considerable abilities of people in poverty or the knowledge such people have about what is needed to overcome their poverty. Instead, it others them, depicting them as fundamentally different from the rest of us. It is therefore crucial that social workers and other street-level professionals challenge the discourse, and address the images that devalue people in poverty. They can do so by bringing their knowledge and understanding of all that living in poverty entails to the public arena. A second route to influence policy formulation processes is when social workers involve themselves directly in this, through what is termed policy practice. This refers to active participation in the myriad arenas in which policy is discussed and formulated, preferably along with their service users. Based on some extensive research on the engagement of social workers in the various policy arenas in Israel and in a cross-national perspective, there is a clear-cut evidence that social workers have the ability to become policy actors. Our research indicates that these take various forms: legislative advocacy, informal consultations with policymakers, applied research, social action, participation in coalitions for policy change, joining forces in appeals to the courts, and working with the media to influence policy decisions. Thus, for example, social workers can and do contribute to policy formulation by testifying before parliamentary committees. So, when such a committee discusses reducing income maintenance benefits, the role of social workers will be to explain what is it like for a family of four to live on income maintenance of 3,400 shekels a month, a sum which constitutes only 30% of the average income in Israel. Or, to give another example, social workers can and should work directly with high-ranking officials in the Ministry of Welfare in order to bring about change in eligibility criteria for the receipt of in-kind assistance. At least in the Israeli case, these are sometimes irrational, unworkable, and prevent those families who are most in need of help from receiving it. Social workers can and should work with community groups in order to convince mayors and city council members to contribute to a reduction of poverty in their municipality. For example, they can advocate for instituting a long school day and providing subsidized after-school care, which would enable both parents to work outside the home. Social workers can and should bring to the attention of policymakers the unplanned and unforeseen implications of some of their policies. Thus, they might work with advocacy organizations to introduce policies that will address the damage that cutting off of the water or electricity of persons who cannot pay their bills does to their families. In order to equip our social work students with the tools to play active role in policy arena, our School of Social Work has developed diverse courses and assignments that train social work students to engage in policy practice. One example of this is a course on legislative advocacy held jointly with the Hebrew University that took place within the Knesset, Israel's parliament. A third route by which social workers can influence policy is more related to their direct practice with people living in poverty. When providing services to people living in poverty, social workers can adopt in their daily interventions what has been termed poverty-aware social work practice. This practice would enable them to de facto institute more effective poverty-appropriate policies. As underscored by the theory of split-level bureaucracy, policy making does not end with policy formation. The process inevitably continues as policies are implemented by street-level organizations and their personnel. Their interpretations of the policies, their judgments, and their decisions can have a greater impact on people living in poverty than the original official policies. The professionals' understanding of the causes of poverty, their perceptions of people living in poverty, their views of how people can be lifted out of poverty, and the extent to which they view people in poverty as others, can all substantially affect the form that formal policies actually take and the lives of those the policies are designed to help. Poverty-aware social work is based on critical theories. It challenges the view that poverty is rooted mainly in personal or family pathology. It rejects conservative welfare practices that blame the victims for their poverty, block their criticisms, and try to supervise them. Instead, poverty-aware social work places poverty at the forefront of social work intervention. This is crucial as the tendency of social services is to focus upon the social and personal problems of people living in poverty rather than upon the core issue, which is poverty. Thus, for example, dysfunctional parenting is the most common classification of the problems faced by service users in local social service in Israel. However, a close examination of the data reveals that, in fact, these service users usually have very low incomes. But by focusing upon their dysfunctional parenting, their poverty is not addressed. Poverty-aware practice understands poverty as rooted in a mix of structural, social, cultural, and personal causes. It realizes that poverty itself creates many of the problems from which people living in poverty suffer, including difficulties in parenting, school failure, substance abuse, or delinquency. As a result, poverty-aware practice rejects the view that social workers should help people in poverty only through psychotherapy or parental guidance, and rejects the view that money, income, debts are not social work issues. Along with providing emotional support, which is much needed to deal with the difficulties of living in poverty, the social worker will support the family in its wider, ongoing struggle against poverty. This includes such things as helping family members to access their rights, deal with their debts, and navigate the many bureaucracies in which people living in poverty find themselves caught. Poverty-aware practice aims to create a microcosmos at the center of which is partnership between the social worker and the person living in poverty. This partnership is marked by close and equal relations, acknowledgement of the knowledge and struggles of people living in poverty, and the social workers standing with them in their daily struggles with their poverty. Such partnerships enable people living in poverty to feel worthy and powerful and create an essential foundation for their arduous struggles to cope with and perhaps extricate themselves from their poverty. More pertinent to this discussion is the fact that this approach facilitates the creation of on-the-ground policies that are directly relevant to the immediate needs of people in poverty. In short, by adapting poverty-aware practice, social workers can create more adequate policies that combat poverty on the ground. As the poverty-aware paradigm emerged in social work, it is incumbent upon social workers to encourage other professionals who provide services to people living in poverty to adapt it into their practice. By this, social workers can contribute to the development of poverty-aware medicine, poverty-aware nursing, or poverty-aware education. This would create bottom-up, de facto policies that are better suited to people living in poverty. Let me end by stating that I'm convinced that social workers and other street-level professionals can have a direct and potentially important impact on policies aimed to combat poverty. It is crucial that these street-level professionals do not perceive themselves solely as the implementers of policies beyond their control, but understand that the creation of good policies for people living in poverty is in their hands. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Idit Weisgal. And what we're going to do is to show some way of how we work with the deprived population, and we'll have an example of how we do it and also a life example. And it is my honor to invite here Professor Gidon Kunda from the Department of Labor Studies. And Gidon works with foreign workers and immigrants, and actually will present the way he works with the most deprived population to help them scale up. How should I call it? Come here, Gidon, thank you.
Good afternoon. I might be a little confused, but according to the program, I should be on in 1 hour. So what you're going to see is a bit, never mind, it's a bit of an improvisation. But let me describe what I'm doing. Okay? I teach in the Department of Labor Studies by training and discipline. I'm an anthropologist, and for most of my career, my professional career, I studied what you might call high-end, post-industrial organizations, labor-intense organizations, high-tech in Israel and outside, from an anthropological and ethnographic point of view, looking at the gaps between the self-proclaimed progress and then whatever high-tech claims itself to be, and the realities on the ground for the people involved in that way of life. That's what I built my career on. But about 6 years ago, I reached a point in my career, call it a midlife crisis, where I felt that things in my country, things in my city, things in my university, and things in my department were not acceptable anymore. Where the country is going, perhaps you're reading the news, things have not improved. The city too. I was born in a part of Tel Aviv, which is known as South Tel Aviv, and I grew up there till my parents made it out of there when I was 14. For those of you who are not from this country, it might be interesting to take a look at what goes on the other side of the city. This is Ramat Aviv, this is North Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv historically grew from south to north. And as you move up north, you find increasing affluence and increasing European orientation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the city also grew east to west on the boundary between the historical Tel Aviv and historical Jaffa. For those of you who know the city, for those of you who don't, you might take a walk from the Yemenite quarter, Shuk HaKarmel, east to Shabazi. Some of you might have seen Neve Tzedek, which is a study in gentrification, now forgotten. Then you go to Florentine, then you go to Neve Sha'anan, then you go to Shapira, Kiryat Shalom, you reach the Ayalon, you cross to Shmat HaTikva, you go all the way to Kfar Shalem, Salameh. This is an east-west boundary, which historically, as I said, was the no man's land between Jewish Tel Aviv and Arab Jaffa. It was a site of war. In many ways, it still is. But for one reason or another, this became a site of, after the war, after, you know what happened in the war, but the neighborhoods, even before the war, but after the war, became sites of poverty, of lower class, of, from the Israeli point of view, people who were more oriented to, you might call a Middle Eastern culture, a traditional culture, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And in many ways, this is Israel's first periphery. what we call the peripheria. I grew up there, and I spent many years there, and I kept going back there, and I discovered that the city was changing. And I discovered in that area many, many problems that I thought captured the essence of the problems in our society, and particularly around the questions, and I include Jaffa in this, and neighborhoods like Ajame. The question of who are we? Who are we? Who's a citizen? How does one get to be a citizen? What are the rights of citizens? Who are admitted into our society and who are excluded? Who are going to be deported and who are going to be placed somewhere in the periphery without access to too much of what the state can give, and ultimately might get labeled poverty and then get treated by social workers when they're lucky. So I decided to, and in Tel Aviv University at the same time, up here in North Tel Aviv, I began to feel, and this is not a criticism, it's a personal feeling, that this is not Tel Aviv Jaffa University, this is not Tel Aviv University, this is Ramat Aviv University. Seriously, built across the Yarkon, it's like a satellite floating over the city, like many universities. And I found myself despairing of teaching students who would prefer to go to India and Goa before they traveled south to South Tel Aviv, or looking at students while they were looking at their cell phones doing WhatsApps and seeing the eyes, or behind screens. I found this thing quite frustrating, and I decided to explore for myself. So I decided to become a researcher on these issues, but more than that, what you might call an activist. And I see the gap between activism and research as one that is overstated often. And I began wandering around my city, from Ajame and Jaffa, where my grandfather landed, all the way to South Tel Aviv on the other side where I was born and where I still have family. And I decided to get involved in these questions in different ways. I'll describe one of my involvements, which will lead to this question that I was asked to speak about, which was the fact that South Tel Aviv increasingly became known as a neighborhood of the foreigners. The first wave of foreigners were foreign workers who were brought here to replace the first wave of foreign workers, who were the Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza, who were offered work, hoping that that would cause them to relinquish their national aspirations. Once the Intifada came, and Israel was already addicted to foreign work, and the Iron Curtain went down on our labor markets, we needed a new wave of foreign workers, and we began to import foreign workers the way many countries are doing at the same time, with all the social consequences, which I don't have to get into, but foreign workers who came illegally and became illegal. Foreign workers who followed the first or most robust rule in sociology, which is as follows. Foreign workers do not go home. They don't go home. People come, they stay, whether it's Turks in Berlin or whatever. So the first wave gravitated, legally or illegally, to South Tel Aviv, which was poor, which was open, which was warm-hearted, which could not say no, which was cheap for a variety of reasons, and began to create foreign, what you might call neighborhoods. Churches replaced synagogues, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And we came to see South Tel Aviv, particularly the neighborhoods that I'm going to be speaking about, as recognized as the foreigner neighborhood. Now, when people come, they not only work, and they not become half legal or illegal or fall into categories that no system is able to even place, whether it's a state or social work. They also have children, and children are born, and they learn the language, and they speak Hebrew, and they become acculturated while not being Jewish formally by any standard that the state recognizes. And I got involved first in the question of the children. What is the status? Can they stay here? On what basis? Why? Religion, Orthodox Judaism, language, culture, humanism. What is it? Why? What should we do with them? And I became a street-level worker and an activist as a way of learning. And then a major transformation in my life happened because I encountered a social work agency called Mesila, whom you might know. The mayor of Tel Aviv recognized that the neoliberal state placed this problem in their lap and then went away and then came back to recruit the votes of the disenfranchised people who were suffering from the consequences of their policy. So he created a social work agency with arm's length from the municipality. When it's convenient, he recognizes them. When it isn't, it doesn't. And social workers, my heart goes out to you. It's hard work. Good luck to you and God bless you. And often they wind up dealing with the poorest of the poor. And when you have disenfranchised people without citizenship, with fathers being deported and mothers staying on as single mothers, without status, without insurance, you get the worst of the worst of the worst of social situations. And of course, social workers gravitate then to work with the most disenfranchised. And you have 3 social workers for 30,000 people, you can imagine what goes on there. If anybody should get the Dan David Prize, it's them, but this is a different story. A lot of money going around yet, a lot of prizes. I want to think about that too. But they also have a model which is along the lines of what my previous speaker spoke about, getting involved in policy, getting involved with the leadership of the community, which is a very interesting model. You don't work directly with the suffering people, you try and generate the leadership there that you can work through them. Unfortunately, people don't have enough time for that because they pull down to the horrible things that happen in everyday life when you're in poverty or serious poverty. So Messila created the leadership training program. For 15 people, this was still a wave of foreign workers before what's known as the refugees or the infiltrators or whatever you want to call them. Half Asian, half African. Illegal. One of them had a kid in the army already. Some were mixed marriages. The complexity is way more than any category system that you can read in the newspapers or in academic articles. And they created a 3-month leadership training program. People come at life and learn leadership. High-tech style. Time management, decision-making, all the things that leaders need to know. After 2 months of that, which they appreciated, they said to the organizer, you know what, we're leaders, but we don't know where the hell we are. Time management, with all due respect, that's not going to help us. We need to know where the hell, they said worse than it, where the hell we are. So the organizer who knew me from the children's activity said, I know somebody who can talk about that. And they invited me to give a talk to this group about where the hell we are. And I said, okay, I'll be happy to come. This is a way of learning, this is a way of intervening, this is a way of opening my mind, this is a way of meeting people. What's better than that? And I came at the evening, the Messila, and there they were sitting in a circle, Muslims, Christians, pagans, atheists, I don't know, people from all over the place, who knew nothing about the country from the point of the big picture, but knew everything about everyday life here. In other words, the fragments of their knowledge were very much alive, but the frameworks came from other places. Some of them valid, some of them I don't know, but very interesting to me. And I asked them, what do you want to know? We have an hour and a half. Well, we want to know everything about the Jewish people in Israel, history, culture, politics, international relationships, and diplomacy, to start with. So I said, okay, I've come to the right place. I don't claim to know, but I can try and tell my story. And I don't know where you would start telling the story. I decided to start with the destruction of the Second Temple. I have other interests too. You know, territory, disenfranchisement, Judification, foreigners, Hordus, Nabat, everything, it's all there. And by the time I started speaking, and I got carried away, and I realized that these people were interested. For the first time, I was speaking to people who weren't looking at their cell phones. And by the time it was over, we got to the Middle Ages. But it was interesting. And what was interesting was also the young women who worked for Messila were the products of our education system. We had no idea, they don't know anything. Not that I'm telling you the right story, they know nothing. They told me later, all we learn about is the Holocaust and Ezra and Nehemiah. Next year, Nehemiah, Ezra, and the Holocaust. That's our history. So let's talk about some other stuff. So I came back the next week. I sort of took over the time management issue. The next week, we spoke about from the Middle Ages. You can imagine, you know, Jews, Faradim, Ashkenazim, here, there, York, pogromim, one long pogrom. And by the time it was over, we got to the Ottoman, the end of the Ottoman rule of Palestine, 1917. But then it got interesting because then he said, you know, Balfour Street where you work, Balfour is A, B, C, D, and E. And Allenby is a general who do. So some are taking those fragments of everyday experience and putting them in some kind of framework. It came to be something that stayed with me since then. And the next week I came back, I took over the class, that was the last week. 10 what? That's like 12 points, right? Yeah? 10 minutes. Okay. The next week we got to more interesting stuff, which is establishing the State of Israel, the Nakba, the new immigrants, the numbers on the arms, the parties, Mapai, Cherut, Begin, Etzel, the parliament, decision-making processes, the parties, the law of return, the Minister of the Interior, how it works, on the assumption these are things people need to know who consider themselves leaders because this is what they need to take into account when they fight for their rights, and they have rights by law, international and Israeli law. This is what they need to know. And what was over, I felt for the first time in many years that I was doing my job, which Tel Aviv University was paying for, even though Tel Aviv University might not appreciate it that much. But I felt it was significant to me. But it was over. And I went home that night and I said, wow, I've got to think about this. It's very sad, you know, we had some very interesting encounters, but it's over. What can I do? Write about it and publish a paper in 3 years? Shvilma, really. or go and involve myself in these questions in a practical way. 2 weeks later, I got a phone call from the organizer. She said, we want to have a goodbye party for the group. They had an interesting experience. I said, sure. She said, come to, if you know Tel Aviv, Rehov Lavanda 32, it's on the Ayalon. These are kind of industrial buildings, 4 stories. You come there, and he said, we have a goodbye party. In the Knessia, in the church, the pastor Tosh, who's an African pastor. And I went there, and you come to these buildings. This is South Tel Aviv, where I grew up. On the first floor, an illegal textile manufacturer from Gaza, God knows how he got there, living somewhere. The second floor, excuse me, a house of prostitution. The third floor, what's called a babysitterim. Babysitterim are kindergartens, illegal kindergartens for children who have not yet entered our educational system. They enter at the age of 4 or 5, and they're probably the only rights they get here from the educational system. We have a reasonably nice school. But until the age of 4, they go to babysitter, which means they stay in bed in a room, 70 kids, and at least 5 deaths in the last 2 years, I think. Horrible, horrible stuff. On the 4th floor, there was a church. I opened the door, maybe half the space, 2 flags of Congo and Israel, a gospel group, a pastor dressed in white, and 200 people sitting there, among whom I recognized the 10, 15 people I worked with, kids, all in their Sunday best. And in front, a little table like this, and white chairs, white plastic chairs in the rows, sitting there waiting for me. I said, what? He said, give a speech. I said, why? It's because this is our ceremony. And I stood behind the podium. On the podium, there were 15 certificates that looked like BAs, very fancy, and said, graduated with distinction from the Masila Leadership Training Program, Professor Gideon Kunda, Tel Aviv University. So I gave a little speech, and I handed them out, and they came up to the podium, and I shook hands, and they held up the pictures. These are worthless documents, except they are worthwhile in the minds of people. And the kids took pictures, and we shook hands, and they sat down, and that's it. And I went home. Now, as an anthropologist, I know that this is a formative moment, because in our research process, when you're surprised, that is a moment of interpretation. And the big question is, maybe the only creative question in social science is, what does this mean? What is this an example of? What can we say about it? I wasn't expecting this. Why am I surprised? What does this mean? And I began to tell myself what it means to me is these people live in a vacuum, created by the state, enforced by the municipality and by society. On the one side, the deportation police, on the other side, the regular police, and we know what that means. Social workers, some do-gooders from North Tel Aviv, and free soup. And they work illegally in the labor market, and they work 12, 15, 18 hours a day with very few rights, and even those are not necessarily enforced. That's the reality. And in this mess, people came from all over the world to better themselves. Who knows why they came here? They created a university. The content was the lecture that I'd given, and the ceremony was the kind of ritual that we have here every year, except without a tikva, which is also part of our funny ceremonies. And I said to myself, wow, here's an opportunity. For me, an opportunity to do something with my time as a researcher, activist, as a citizen, as Gideon Kunda. And for them, let's try and do something together, and as a kind of an experiment, as a kind of an ethnography, as a kind of active ethnography. And I proposed to the group, let's not, since we're all together, let's do something together. Let's hang out. Let's continue this leadership training, whatever that means. But take it as we call it a practicum, or some kind of applied process. Let's create a university, or whatever let's create a place for study. And we started meeting and talking. And that established another part of my activity I joined the group. I'm a privileged outsider because I'm a citizen, because I'm upper middle class, because I have tenure. But I'm not ashamed to say that. But I joined the group of people who are the leaders. It's tricky because it's easy to say empowerment, but when people are empowered, first of all, it means I'm giving power. That's not it. People take power. When they take power, they do all kinds of weird stuff. It's not easy to do empowerment. But here was a group that was managing it, and I joined to bring what I could with my theories, which were changing anyway. And we started talking, what should we do? Okay, go out and find out what people want to study. So they went out, came back. What do they want to study? Computers and Hebrew. For good reasons. Because some of the kids speak Hebrew. Because there's an alienation. Because Hebrew is a language of the place. Because you need Hebrew in order to fight for your rights, such as they are. Computers, that's another language. Fantasy of a language. So we started Okay, let's have a computer class. I can get computers from Amdocs. I got 23, what they consider garbage, and I found a teacher. This is my daughter, who was 22 at the time, and she's that kind of person. And they advertised the class, and they said, okay, when? Night, because people finish working at 7 o'clock, at 7 o'clock. Bring your kids, because there's nowhere to put them. Basic computers. Handed out flyers in different languages. And on Tuesday night, outside, at the church, and we agreed to pay the pastor 1,200 shekel for the whole period, and charge people 100 shekel for a semester. That was the deal. This was the decision of the group, for those who can pay, and people can't pay. And the night that it started, there were about 300 people outside around the block. It looked like a new product, an Apple product in New York, people waiting overnight. But there was an interesting atmosphere. There was a sense of euphoria. People were laughing. Something had happened there. Depression, which is what you find over there, is anger turned inward. That's what it is, that's depression. And when you have no horizon, you have no hope. You're just caught up in a cycle of poverty, or what you call it. But when there's a moment, whether it's another class or next week or something that one can do, the energy gets released, and it turned into a euphoric class. A few things happened. One person said to me, for the first time, I'm not embarrassed. They give out free food here. That was later on. Marak Levinsky. The nice people from North Tel Aviv give us knedlach and it's good to feed hungry people. It's wonderful. But you know what? It's embarrassing for me. I don't want your food. Honestly, I can find food in the garbage. Tell me something else. Where can a person learn? That's what I need to know. Because to be human is to learn. That's what it means. And that was a motto, slogan that stayed with me. But people began to study. They turned out a few things. First, not everybody wanted to learn double-click and open a file. Some people had a master's in math, except they were working in Nikayon. Other people wanted to study HTML. Other people had home computers and they're already doing stuff. Other people wanted video editing. So we started upgrading the classes. And then the module began to develop from semester to semester. We began to establish a model. It's managed by the leadership group. I'm a participant. 1 minute, well, it's a long story. Okay, 2 minutes maybe. Okay. Leadership group. The teachers are volunteers. They decide the classes, Hebrew, because you have a right to speak. The language is yours. Let's start with that. And if you know what kushi lechmipo means, we can explain where that comes from, but you understand the context and how to use it and what to say. What's in kupat cholim, the mishtara. Okay. How about child development? Let's have somebody from the social psychologist teach us Piaget and Erikson, but let's hear about your theories. Let's talk about child rearing. Let's have a class in journalism. Let's have a class in photography, because everybody has this. But let's do the following principle. Let's document the documenters, because it's legitimate to document poor people, by definition. People still call me up from the university now, Kunda, you got a few poor people for me to write about? That's the model. Now, why don't you document people with their rituals in Kikarabin and the old people we take care of and stuff like that? So we had a photography class, which led to all kinds of things. Video editing, journalism. And from semester to semester, for the last 6 years, it's grown to the point we have about 18 classes, ranging from theory to practice, including a new group is most interesting now. It's sewing, and they're building a social business, which will also be profit generating. So we have this class. After a while, we couldn't stay in the church anymore, and this was an illegal organization. I had the money under my mattress. We moved to the central bus station, which is another thing one should, if you're not from this country, you should go there to see, because this is a study in institutional violence, to build a huge, unnecessary bus station in the middle of a thriving neighborhood, and then tell us that this is in order to create something between Switzerland and Shara Ir Batanach and Beit Vad Lechachamim. And of course, we failed immediately, and like a vacuum, it sucked in all our reality. So who we are is what goes on inside the bus station. You should take a walk around there. Everything is there, including my organization, but all kinds of things. So we got somewhere in the back rooms over there, we have a campus. And then we joined up with some other organizations, became formalized. We have what's called an Amuta, an NGO, that also deals with kids. We have a library in Levinsky Park in 14 languages. We have a Sudanese theater. We have all these things. So the organization exists and it's thriving. We have about 200, depends, between 150, 200 students. A lot of them, later on the refugees came. And that's a whole different story. But they joined our organization from Eritrea and from Sudan. I began to teach Hebrew and Arabic because and to also show people what the connections are between the languages. And of course, when the government started sending people to Cholot, which is a detention center in the Negev, we lost students and tried to work over there. Avi Mugrabi made a movie now, you should see, about the Cholot center, without people, and it was based on a class he taught in our organization, because Avi came to me and said, give me some refugees and I'll make a movie. I said, no. Tell me what you can do for us. Come teach a class. Once you teach a class and you get to know people, then maybe they'll collaborate with you. That's the story. And he did that, and he made a wonderful movie. I saw it in Berlin. Except the Germans asked him at the end of the movie, so this is how you treat Ethiopian Jews. It's very interesting to encounter outside views. Now, university. This is what I do there. But it's very important for me to shape the university. Start reaching out to people in the university who are interested, to Social School of Social Work, to the law clinic, to other organizations in the university, to try and get people to come there. Because Tel Aviv University should not stay in Ramat Aviv if it wants to be Tel Aviv University. I bring my students there. All my teaching is focused on this. You want to come study with Kunda? Seminar, a few rules. First of all, no more reading. You've read enough. No more Foucault and Baudrillard. You've had enough. Later. Come there, live there, establish a legitimate presence there, write about it in a convincing way, and then tell me what you think about it, what you learned, and why you feel and what it did to you. And they tell me, but that's not academic, Professor Kunda. That's when I'm shocked. So you're wrong. That's academic. That's academic. After that, when you've done that, you have something to say, then you go to the library and see who you need to stick to. And then you could do a master and a doctorate. But if you lost what is being trained out of you, the initial curiosity, and your own associations, and your own repertoire, then we have nothing to say. And a student said to me, she said, I told you, what should I say about this? I said, I don't know, what does it remind you of? She said, it reminds me of a song when my father was a labor activist, sang when I was 5 years old. I said, well, write it down. She said, why should I write it down? I said, because you thought about it. I said, but it's not interesting. I said, no, what you think about is interesting by definition, and that's the basis for interpretation. If it reminds you there's a reason, now let's think about what that means to you. So students come, some of them hopefully change their mind, some of them change patterns, some of them do interesting stuff, but at least I'm giving them the flavor of what I believe academia should be. And then now I'm in collaboration with, final word, with the Law Clinic, which is a wonderful organization which has the right philosophy, which is law is not just to train people to be tax lawyers for the elite. And to learn law, you have to learn through practice, like many professions, and at least do some good in the meanwhile before you become a tax lawyer. So we have an effort to open a site for the law clinic in South Tel Aviv, and to bring other law clinics there and people from the medical school, and use that as a basis, basis kidmi, I don't know how to say it, for the university's presence over there, which could then leverage in other ways, hopefully to shape the university. Unfortunately, that would cost about 20,000 shekels to rent. That's a lot of money. And maybe I don't know if anybody from Dan Davidi or university, maybe you should ask yourself, I don't know what Dan David meant before he died, but maybe ask yourself if there's a way of reorienting these funds in a way that will be consistent with his vision, because it does not make sense, honestly, to look at the amounts of money. With all due respect, Israel should not be giving Nobel Prizes, really. Or some Nobel Prizes, but there's a balance. When you get up here, I'll stop talking.
When you start talking money, I will go up in this.
I think it's something to think about.
Thank you very much. I think it was Wednesday, we had a dinner with the President's Circle in Kolbo Shalom in the south. And as I went back home to Rishon, I lost my way, and I found myself in South Tel Aviv, and it looked like a deserted place with Sudan people around, and suddenly I wasn't sure where I was. Just to give you, and I'll do that. Thank you very much. I think it was Wednesday, we had a dinner with the President's Circle in Kolbo Shalom in the south. And as I went back home to Rishon, I lost my way, and I found myself in South Tel Aviv, and it looked like a deserted place with Sudan people around, and suddenly I wasn't sure where I was. Just to give you, and I'll do that very short before the panel, and then to show you how we deal with music at the university to change people's position and status, I'd like to very briefly present some of my idea on poverty that basically works on skills acquisition, and the idea that rather than trying to decrease poverty, what we actually do is increase people's skills and capabilities And once they find more option, more hope, more positive emotion, the change occur, and very soon we will show you how it happens. So the basic idea is that poverty is not a matter of how much money one has, but a way of life, a pattern of thinking, feeling, and coping, because we know that our population, the poor population, they don't plan for the long time. They also have low of self-confidence, self-efficacy, low of expectation. So we're not talking about a story that suddenly pretty woman gets money and become rich, but we're talking about the ability to see the other side of the picture and change or reverse our metaphor from seeing the old lady to seeing the young one, and I guess most of you are aware of these opposite figures. The circle I work with I work mainly with children and adolescents at risk, means that increase of positive affect result in increase in motivation for change, result in increase of efforts, in decrease of failures, and increase of success. And we have now many, many outcome studies showing that this is the way it works, and I don't have time and I don't want to look at it. I just want to give you an example of 3 projects where we started working with problematic children. We only mentioned their problems in order of getting money, because no one will give me money to help people feeling good or to increase their happiness. But while I call it decrease aggression, I get money. So the only time I use the problem is on the name of the project, but then I don't even mention it. And I'd like to give you the model, and the model means that adolescents, and we study sick, crisis, divorce, aggression, whatever you want. We ask the question, what can help this population develop some high level of subjective well-being? And we found 2 basic things. Self-control skills, which is my basic professional work over the last 30 years, and social support. So we can prove that even if one has a problem, positive affect can affect when we increase self-control skills and we increase social support. And actually, in one of the big studies among Arab adolescents who were exposed to violence in the family, we asked the question, what predict if those adolescents will be aggressive or they can develop happiness? And what we found is that adolescents who were exposed to violence, when they had lack of belonging, they develop hostility, anger, and aggression. However, once they had social skills, it helped to increase positive affect, and then they were happy and they were not aggressive anymore. So we started to see if we can actually make a change. And one of our first biggest project, which is now being applied all over Israel in all the schools, we train teachers and psychologists, and now they are in charge. The Ministry of Education adopted it. The first phase was at the university, at the School of Social Work with students. Now it's all over, and I can't even touch it, because when I wanted to train or give lecture to this group of teachers, they told me, no, it belongs to the Ministry of Education, you can't come there. So we called it Empower Children and Adolescents, and what we did was trying to take the most aggressive children, who were usually also children with learning difficulties, children from low-income families, and what we tried to do was to train them to learn self-control skills, to change their way of thinking, but we did it as a course. We didn't call it therapy, we call it a course for learning to know yourself. And each child had to learn to find for research assignment and try to make some changes in his or her own life. And what we found, and I'm not going to focus on it, is that children who learn all kind of warning signals to direct them in their behavior, of way to climb up and improve themselves, on how to draw, paint, make music, and change themselves. The main issue saw that while hostile thoughts, anger, and physical aggression leads to more physical aggression, once we impart them with positive affect and sense of belonging, they become happy. And it was a very big control study, national control study with the Ministry of Education, and we saw that aggression reduced among the research group once we impart them with self-control skills, while the control group didn't change. We also saw it according to teacher assessment that the course helped them reduce aggression and increase self-control skills. So the second stage, we ask ourselves, do we have to establish group to teach teachers how to teach children? Do we have to talk about how to control themselves, how to have positive affect, how to change their behavior? Or can we do it without words in some activities? So this is a work of our doctoral student who work with a Rashi Foundation and with several thousand of children. We ask teachers to assess the most aggressive children in the school, and we offer them extra hours of sport. We didn't do any therapy. The only thing we ask the sport teacher is to make sure that the child comes on time and to reinforce the child for coming. What we found is that sport necessitate lots of self-control because children had to come in time, children had to play, children had to obey rules. So without directly teaching them self-control, being involved in self-control activity increased their self-control skills. And what we found is that change in self-control skills create change in positive emotion, create change in hostile emotion. And we found, and this is interesting, that there were two ways to create change. One was through decreasing the negative affect, increasing self-control linked to decreasing negative affect, decreasing anger, and decreasing physical aggression, but it also linked to increasing positive emotion and again, decrease of hostile thoughts. So the third thing I will just mention now, but after the panel we will hear and see, is our most exciting, touching project, Sulamot, Music for Social Change. Sarah, the head of Sulamot, is here. Sarah, raise your hand. It's a joint venture of the School of Music. I, as someone from the School of Social Work, and the Israeli Philharmonic, what we do is we establish orchestra for children at risk. We are now working with more than 1,000 children all over Israel. Usually we come to institution, dormitory of children neglect and abuse, places where children were taken out of home by law, and we don't do any work. I'm in charge of supervising the children, the teachers if needed, and conduct the study because we keep evaluate and seeing that aggression decreased, happiness increased. Sarah does all the important work of working with the children, and it's amazing to see children who cannot read and write suddenly read music notes. Children with learning difficulties who couldn't sit 20 minutes in class suddenly sit when we bring them here for an hour on the stage, play and play together. 2 months ago, we brought 50 children from 3 different places in Israel that had to learn to play together. They sat here, they play, they were wonderful. Today, we plan them to come and be here. We prepared everything. However, equal tests in mathematics all over Israel today meant that we can't take the children out of their schools, and after preparing everything, we weren't allowed to bring them. However, what we are going to do after the panel is showing you 2 things. We will show you a girl from Sulamot that presented at APAC in Washington and assessed as the best project in APAC. And Gideon knows about her because in some point we asked his help. She born without eyes. She's 12 years old. She was thrown, neglected when she was about a week old, and another foreign worker took her, raised her up. They have no rights here, but the minute she started playing, she got the harp to play in Sulamot, she started singing. And for Sarah, every child, she never gave up on every child. So she made sure she will learn how to sing. This girl presented in November in a conference I put on, and she was very shy to sing in front of 100 professionals, but in January she presented in front of 18,000 people in Washington, and you could see the change in her self-confidence, in her pride, and we strongly believe that children who get the chance, get the status, feel on a stage, feel differently. So what we will do today after the panel, we have a group of volunteer soldiers that their army service is to play with the children. They train them, they practice, and they don't have to take a mathematics test today. So after the short panel, they will join us on the stage, play and tell you about Sulamot, and next time the kids will be here, maybe we'll ask Manuel to do better planning in the parliament when they decided to have this equal test, because we couldn't have the children that had to be here. So I think I was privileged. You can see that when we measured the children in Sulamot, we saw that among the experiential group, all the children that play music, the positive affect increase. And in the years, we operate for 5 years, I think 6 years, and we see that aggression decrease. They need me less and less because they know more and more what to do there. This is a project from Neve Michael, a school where all the children were taken out of home because of being physically or sexually abused. Just a story about one of the girls from here, and this will be the end of my talk for today. She was taken out of home because they found that her father sexually abused her, and she came to this place and she didn't talk for 3 months. Psychologist, social worker, no one could make her talk. So we came to Neve Michael, we started our project, and we had a wonderful teacher there that forced her to sing. She didn't want to sing. 2 months later, when I came for Hanukkah celebration, she sang on the stage, and she said, when I sing, my word is purple, is pink. It's not anymore black, so I'd like to sing all the time. So we can see it, we can sense it, and we have outcome. This is from another conference at the university. You see that the kids wear shirts of the Philharmonic and the Tel Aviv University. So what I like to do now, before, Sarah, in 15 minutes you will be on the stage. I'd like, please, the screen to be up, and I'd like to ask all the panelists, Professor Heckman and Professor Trachtenberg and Edith and Gideon, to join me. Did I miss anyone? I didn't miss anyone.
So, I think we had a long day and exciting symposium trying to think about how and what can we do in order of changing the future. In the morning we saw that some of us think the present is okay, some of us think it's not okay, some people are optimistic, some people are pessimistic, but we are the people here that would like to change the world. We all do research, but we all do not settle for publishing our papers. Each of us is involved in actually doing things and trying to change something. So I'd like each of you to think, what's the most important thing you would recommend all of us to start doing in order to change and have this present become our future? Professor Heckman, what's the most important thing for making this change? What should we do tomorrow morning?
Wake up.
Wake up and wake up and.
Well, I mean, I hate to say there's one thing to do. There's so many things to do. That's why. But I think the theme that's emerged is probably, that we should think much more broadly about what it is to, develop people. I think that's what we all were saying, right? And they're very broad, and think about people outside of. I think the danger, we're here at a university, although I guess university is there, so. Right? But I mean, there's a danger and a benefit of academic specialization. Naturally, you think of certain categories and you think in certain ways. But in this process of human development and understanding how you create opportunities and give people opportunities, I think we have to be very flexible. So I'm thinking what we should do is think very broadly about how you engage people and teach people, engage them. So it's not shaping them, it's kind of giving them opportunities.
Education.
Well, but I wouldn't call it traditional education. What I would talk about is kind of engaging individuals. It's kind of what I was talking about, parenting and scaffolding. It's really an interactive process, and it's not so much that you're telling them what to do. Like you were saying, that's partly they're telling you what to do, and then you kind of. So I think in the end, what's going to happen is probably some kind of personalized version, if you want to call it education, but interaction, parenting, and that becomes a very different notion. It's not like, there is a set of rules we need to apply. Here we kind of adapt to situations, and there are individuals, and I think each individual would probably, in the end, it would be very nice if we could, that's what mothers do frequently, right? They adapt to each little kid. They kind of, and some kids don't have that option. So I think that society is getting better able to understand the individuality and adapt to it, and then recognize the multiple skills. So instead of asking everybody to pass a test or do one thing, to say there are millions of things that are valuable, and self-fulfillment is multiply defined. So I think that's what I would think, is kind of think broadly, not in a narrow way. So.
Well, I think that perhaps I will be rephrasing some of what you said, but we need to innovate. I mean, innovate in our approach to social issues, to poverty, and to equality of opportunity, and so forth. I am very dissatisfied with the social sciences, because most of them are stuck conceptually in terms of how we think of social issues, and they don't feed enough policy. And that's one. And the second is that the range of presentations were very interesting, because it goes from very basic research, the equivalent of CERN, the accelerator in Switzerland. I mean, what you do, I mean, really, I'm saying that what Jim Heckman has been doing for years is the equivalent of what in physics, what we do at CERN, the accelerator there. I mean, it's basic. And that kind of provides the platform. And then, there is, I can build on that and try to do policy, government policy. And then, initiatives that also from academia and hands-on, social work and what you do with music. And I think that the message is very clear. I mean, there is no one-size-fits-all. There is no silver bullet. We need a whole range of approaches, of different skills of people involved. Nobody has the monopoly of the truth or the magic wand to solve these issues. But what I want to point out also is that as societies become more developed in some sense, higher standards of living and so forth, there are many more people that are capable of acting. Once upon a time, policy was the realm of a very few Oxford, Cambridge educated people, and those that were doing good was only a very small class that could afford to do that. Nowadays, I mean, in Israel, for example, the number of NGOs is unbelievable. The number of young people involved in doing good, without cynicism. In Israel, kind of cynicism prevails, and people try to, to dismiss. But no, there is a lot. So there are many more resources, not in the sense of tax money, but in the sense of human resources to be able to do. And there are lots of energies. So I think the secret is to recognize that, to enable those positive energies to be channeled into all these different areas of action.
And that's not what the university wishes her to do.
Yes,
she
but
wants her student to go
yes,
to Neste,
but I must tell you that most of my papers I write in English and in Hebrew. It's not in the CV, of course, but it's there in order to influence the social workers and other communities that the access to Hebrew is much more easier for them. I think that I have two main things to say. One of them is the importance that you talk about the family, the importance of the family. But I think how we can help the family, how we can help the mothers to do the right jobs or the right task with their children. And this is what I think, like as a social worker or social work academic, is how can we influence their environment of the family and the mothers and fathers, that they can contribute, can invest time to educate their children. So the policies that will help the family to establish the good education that you spoke about is very important. And the second thing is that we neglect the poverty underneath or under a lot of problems that we see. And in the social services, it's very clear that sometimes we don't see the poverty, that it's underlying a lot of other problems that we can see. Like I said earlier, like parental dysfunctioning, that it's so huge. This is the main, now, according to the last data, it's the main cause that people come to the social services. They don't come because they say, I'm not a good parent, but the social services categorize them that the reason for coming for the service is dysfunctional parenting. But it's not the case. This functional parenting is the consequences of very hard life in poverty in terms of income, housing, and so on. So if I wanted to contribute these two issues, to see the poverty more clearly and in the front, and to see the family and how we can help the family, the parents, to facilitate their ability to invest in their children's life.
Can I make a response? I just want to make one response. I completely agree that poor people are under great stress. But when you were mentioning in your talk about the Great Society, I think, 50 years ago now, a little more, Lyndon Johnson opened the Great Society. And the idea was to try to improve the mobility and opportunity for people across generations, Civil Rights Acts, a number of things. But one thing was the expansion of welfare, the reduction of poverty. And there was a real reduction of poverty in the United States in the period 64 to, say, 72, 73, when the program started being cut back. So there was a reduced inequality. But then, and this is something that I think was founded factually, so this is not a matter of ideology, it turned out that if you ask what was the next effect of this on the next generation, that was the hope of Johnson, that transferring money and resources, it didn't change what many people thought was a culture of poverty. That was serious. And in fact, in some sense, it could create a culture of poverty. That people, instead of escaping, which is what Johnson's great hope was, it didn't. And that's what led Clinton, President Clinton, to change the Welfare Act and to do this. So I would be careful. I mean, I agree, money, I mean, there's a book by Mullen-Hythen and his co-author talking about the poverty, poverty having consequences. But poverty can also arise from precisely these other sort of lacks of skills. But I do worry about this dependence issue and whether or not we really were able. I really don't know if it's just money. I think in many situations we've seen very poor people.
It's not just money, but you need money, and you need, if you are one parent family and you are a woman that needs to wake up at 6 o'clock in the morning in order to come to your work at 7 o'clock without a good bus that they can take you, you can't invest time in the morning to prepare your children to go to school. And then after school, you need to come back. At the end of the work is at 4 o'clock, but there is no good bus, so you come home only at 5 or 5:30, and there is no long day care for the children. So where are the children from 7 o'clock to 5 o'clock?
I think Guido can tell you where the children are because it sounds.
Yeah, this is a huge question, and I can address it to our fellow academics, to my fellow citizens, and to citizens of the world. Poverty is one of the biggest issues. Academically, I would argue that poverty is not just a given condition, something to be dealt with. Poverty is a creation. At this very moment, people are making decisions that will lead to more poverty. At this very moment, somebody's deciding to eliminate Levinsky Park and build something there. To take the central bus station and give it to the Batsheva dance troupe to build a high-class, high-culture location right in the heart of the poverty. Somebody decided to take buses and send refugees of all places to South Tel Aviv. It's a conscious decision, it's a practical decision, it's street-level bureaucracy, it's government leadership, and it's ideology, all leading to those things, and those are happening right now. By the time we wake up, those decisions we made, then we can study the consequences. But maybe it's time to study the impoverishers, not the poverty. Poverty, right, we have to deal with poverty and solve its problems, and it's a humanistic issue, and we have to help people. But how did we get there? It's happening in front of our eyes at this very moment, and I encounter it every day. I'm not even sure what to do about it. It's an academic question. It's a question of activism at all levels of our poverty concerns, whether it's Israeli citizens or outsiders or Arab citizens of Israel who are being sent to live in gentrification in Jaffa, for example. At this very moment, people are gentrifying the Arab part of Jaffa and sending the Arab Israeli citizens to live in Ramle Lod, which is a disaster area. It's happening right now in front of us. That's poverty. That's something to study. Second, the question as academics we should ask ourselves, as generally citizens, is why are we doing what we're doing? To publish, to make a career, to what is the real reason? Is there some kind of world we're trying to accomplish? And I think anybody, whether an academic or street activist, should ask themselves, why am I here? For example, one of the most interesting issues for me in the work I do is not so much, it is of course with the people who are suffering, but with the volunteers, the Israeli volunteers who come, and I ask them, why are you here? That's the most interesting question. And somebody says to me, well, I'm here because it's, I'm a rich person, it's a humanistic question, we have to help the poor people suffering, these foreigners, and of course, there's not enough of them that will contaminate our society. So I say, oh, that's interesting. You just sound like Harav Kahana. That's your ideology. If you want to change something, ask yourself, what is the logic of it? Why should refugees be allowed to stay? Not because we're nice. Maybe we need to redefine our citizenship criteria. Maybe we need to challenge the fundamental ideological structures of the state. Who's allowed to be here? Not because somebody's suffering, we're going to let them stay in and ignore the question. It's a deep question. Who are we and what is the principle? If you don't have a principle, then they're going to win because our authorities have a principle. They know what they're doing. They're not even hiding it, and I respect them. On the side that I'm affiliated with, people don't have principles. When they do something, go and lie in Rothschild Avenue and wait till the first rain, and when it starts raining, they move to Berlin. That's how to lose a war. So the question I would ask academics, activists, why are we doing what we're doing, and what is the world we're trying to accomplish on some kind of value principle?
So maybe that should lead us to the next symposium, and there are many questions we should ask. And our new logo is Searching the Unknown, and
Can I say something?
sure.
Okay.
Come here anyhow, you should be here in a second.
My voice is not very loud, but I will try to speak up. I work with Aviv as the director of Sulamot. We work together for a long time. And I'm a musician. I worked all my life with outstanding talents. And 6 years ago, I was exposed to the world of poverty and children at risk. I didn't know what it is. And I came to this system completely objective. I came to teach young children to play. And my impression of the social system, and I sympathize very much with the professor Galvais, with the things that you say, I would like to say it in very simple words, non-professional words. My impression is that our problem is moral, that the system lacks compassion towards the children, the mothers. We don't see these people. We use words such as the disadvantaged, unprivileged. These people don't get compassion. The girl that you're going to see in the movie in 5 minutes, she was supposed to sing here today. Now she's in the hospital. We arranged a meeting with the doctor for her. She was born without eyes, and children who are born without eyes usually have epilepsy. But our system didn't give her MRI test. She lives here. She was born in Israel. Okay, she's not Jewish, but she's here. You're going to see this girl standing in front of 18,000 people and singing. She didn't get an MRI test to diagnose her epilepsy to get the right treatment. So this is our problem, and people, we have to find our moral backbone again, and look at these people through completely different glasses.
So I think this is the proper point to ask the soldier, to ask you to join us there, to ask the young soldiers to come, and Sarah, to come to the stage. And you will see an example of soldiers, extra talented musicians, that they serve in the army as musicians, the top of the population. First of all, think what it means for them to work with the lowest children in Israel. Our chairs, and the gap between being extra talented musicians that wish to working with others, working with the children that never heard music, doesn't know what is classical music, and suddenly exposed to army, some of them are not going to the army, to different kind of social status, to young soldiers that I really thank you very much for being here. Will you present yourself? Because I will mix your names.
My name is Mai. This is Gali. This is Omer. Me and I play the cello. Mo plays the oboe.
Can you just tell us where you work with the children, in which projects?
We work in Java. Microphone. We work in several places in Israel. We work with children in Pardes Chana.
That's a place I told you about. All the children are there by law, taken out of home either because physically or sexually abused.
We work in 2 schools in South Tel Aviv and in Jaffa, and in Beer Sheva and in Ofakim.
That's the periphery. Okay, we will start with the music and then I'll ask you more questions. Thank you for coming today. Thank you, you're not doing mathematics test and you can be with us. Sarah, would you like to say what they play or something?
They're very good musicians. When you're used to go to stage to play, you don't always know how to speak and play. But first play, Omer and Gali will play Kupera. One movement from Concerto by Kupera for oboe. I find that it is very important to clarify that the part of the soldiers in Sulamot is in operating our practice system. There are no teachers in the program. The teachers in the program are all graduates of first, second degree. Tel Aviv University had opened a special master's program for in teaching, in instrumental teaching, and we have 45 graduates of the School of Music who work in Sulamot. These soldiers are soldiers at the unit of outstanding musicians at the Israeli army, and they operate a practice system for the children. If we meet with them, with the teacher once a week, they have orchestra rehearsal, and then they meet the soldiers another 2 times a week or 3 times a week, and the soldiers practice with them. And the thing that they do the best is playing, because this unit is for the future, let's call it the future Perlmans and Zuckermans of Israel. The purpose of this unit is to preserve the talent of the outstanding musicians in Israel and give them a chance to play while they are doing a military service. K'tzin Chinuch Rashi, the chief education officer, agreed that these children, these soldiers, will do their military service in Sulamot. And that's very unusual, and that's very typical to Israel, because I don't think that there is another army in the world with a unit for outstanding musicians. Gali and Mai will play a movement from Vivaldi concerto. Okay. And then, Tammy, you can ask them the questions. Thank you.
Very much. Just one question. I think your service in the army is much nicer than mine was, and thank you very much for what you're doing. I wanted to ask how it is really for you, coming from a completely different world of music and talented, and support families, because no one can be a musician if they don't have support families to help them go through all this way. How is it to come to the children we work with? How can you correspond with them? How do you feel with them? And if it's difficult, you can answer in Hebrew, and we will translate.
At first, actually, it was a shock, I think. But after a while, like you know how to deal with it and how to speak to them and try to make them like it.
A different language?
Yeah, and this is children, so also like in some cases they're more into it, and in some cases if they're not, we try to find a way to make them love it and like to feel good about themselves with it. And
do you feel some change in the way they feel about themselves?
I think so, yeah. In Pardes Chana, I think it's become like a big part of their world. Like it's something that they're waiting to these lessons and to this practice time, and they want to come, and they feel they're good at it, and they feel special about it. I think it's like become in their system and in this place, it's become like something very big and very successful.
פרדס חנה זה המסגרת היחידה, שלפחות שאנחנו עובדים בה, שזה לא שיעור מובנה במערכת של התלמידים.
Pardes Chana is the only place where we work that it is not a constructed session part of the day curricula in school. Okay.
אנחנו באים אליהם בזמן ארוחת צהריים, ישר אחר כך נמצאים להפסקה.
We come at lunchtime, then they have a break.
וכעיקרון אנחנו אמורים לפנות אליהם ונשכנע אותם לבוא לעבוד איתנו, אבל מה שקורה.
We have to come to them and convince them, try to persuade them to come with us and practice in their free time, right? Actually, what happens is that we enter the dining room and they run to us and they want us to come with them and start working with them. It shows how important it is for them. I think it's important for everyone. I think I never hear or attend a meeting with Neve Michael without crying. So when I don't want to cry, I don't go there. Would you like to add something? No. Okay, so I think I'll thank you very much for coming here and being with us. If you have 3-minute patience, I will end by showing you Chriselle singing in ETA, and I think it's really something you should see, and it's not more than 5 minutes. 5 minutes. This is the one, yeah. This is Chriselle. Be careful. Be careful, people, not for children. Chriselle is the girl we told you about that was born without eyes and thrown away. They found her in a small box. And she has no rights here, and it was very difficult to take her to Washington. We were afraid we won't be able to bring her back, so there were lots of connections with politics and things to let her go. And you need to see Chriselle in Washington, and that will be the end of our meeting. We don't see? Do you see?
This program helps kids and makes me feel happy and proud of myself.
כל התוכנית הזו בביטחון העצמי בנגינה, בלהבין את הכלי שלי.
כשקיבלתי את הכינור שלי, הרגשתי שכאילו אני יכולה להיות בגג העולם.
Sulamot is an orchestral program for children at risk. It's an initiative of the Israel Philharmonic and Tel Aviv University. We have 1,200 children in the program, playing in 18 orchestras.
They come from very difficult environment. They cope with difficult life and life condition, And the interesting thing is to see that as more they play, the rate of aggression reduces and the rate of happiness increase.
Everybody gets a chance to play for a minimum of 3 years. We don't give up on anyone.
Musical education for children is proved to be very good for the development of the mind. This music program can help some of them to forget the problems at home, takes them to another level of being.
יש פה אוכלוסייה מאוד מאוד מגוונת שמשקפת מאוד את החברה הישראלית. יש פה ערבים, יהודים, נוצרים, עדי יהובה, עולים חדשים, עולים ותיקים, מדברים עברית, לא יודעים אף מילה בעברית, הכל.
Music for me is love and happiness.
מוזיקה בשבילי זה פשוט דבר מדהים שיכול ללמד אותי הרבה על עצמי. אני אוהבת את הכלי כי לפעמים אני שומעת מוזיקה. זה מרגש אותי הכלי.
זה שאני לומד עוזר למשפחה שלי, זה נותן להם כבוד.
As a therapist, I can see the benefit of music as a tool for helping children change. I believe it can create better life, better society.
Children love music, and music loves children too. And when you put together children and music, only good things can happen. Giselle was born without eyes. She was abandoned. She had many, many social problems.
But being on stage makes me feel happy and proud of myself. Now I know that no matter what you are, you can do whatever you want. There's a place for us, somewhere a place for us, peace and quiet and open air, wait for us somewhere. There's a time
Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much for giving me the excuse to enjoy so much today this place. And have a great week. Thank you.